Hi, chat. I mean, you've got people waiting for it.
We do. Hello, everybody.
We've got Gradrim. Hello, he's first. We have LGM. Artie Wizard Hector Rex is speaking foreign.
He's speaking weeb, I believe.
I would tell him to speak English, but I have on fairly good authority that that's a hate crime now.
If by the fairly good authority you mean the British Gestapo, yes.
Yes, in fact, we have a video to that.
That's a spicy meatball. That's a spicy meatball. For the video.
There's it's a video of a policeman being like, "Deaf man, you're not allowed to ask for people to clarify." And he's like, "But I'm deaf."
How dare an Englishman in England ask someone to speak English? You know, the only fucking language the Englishman in England speaks and needs to speak.
What software just games? Where is? I just got really confused there. I was like, where's my games? I don't remember playing these games. But then I added four games I got keys for to my thing, and of course just put them in my recent games. Like, I remember playing these. Did somebody actually get arrested for speaking English? No, but they did get told off by the police for asking somebody to speak English.
Yep.
Why the hell not?
Yeah, why the hell not?
Let's bring it.
Centurion Fox has apparently subscribed. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Jump in the gun, Mr. Policeman.
I'm
hoping they're going to be able to hear the video.
Aren't you glad you don't have to... It's so worth not speaking German, right, Disco?
Yes. The gate. I had to speak German in school anyway. Learn bloody German regardless. Talking about. Right, let's just Chrome capture this one. Can we see? We can. So if I now make him big, yeah. Now I assume they're going to be able to hear it. They should be able to hear it because I have been playing the music for the stream. So fingers crossed. I should probably also send it to you.
Yes. I was expecting to have audio today.
Audio, I'll put it in the chat for this call. Here we go. If you can't hear it, you'll have to tell me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that they could hear it.
Yeah, they can.
But just asking, so I mean, that isn't even what the guy. It turns out that's not even what the guy asked. The guy was deaf and was like, "Can you speak clearly, please?" Like, which if you're deaf, and it really winds me up because my nan was mostly deaf, and like you really had to like sort of stand to the side of her and talk very clearly into her good ear, or she hadn't got a clue what you were saying. And it's like, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
So she could have asked someone to speak a bit clearer, and have a police officer stood there being like,
yeah, officer mumble fucking retard.
Get in the kit.
Yep.
Winds me up.
How long's the queue? Forever. Eternity. They'll just never
The
show up.
queue? Yes.
I
Yeah.
saw in the community notes on in Twitter that some inbred cocksucker posted, even the people in the video are like, the policeman was just doing his job. Yes, we heard that excuse before, shortly before we hanged them.
No, I thought just doing your job was not an excuse.
Yep, it didn't work for the prison guards at Auschwitz. It shouldn't be working for the bloody British police, or just doing their jobs. Yeah, and their job is to be a Nazi piece of shit.
Yeah, I would love for them to do their jobs, like, tracking down criminals, or I don't know, like attending burglaries or stuff like that.
Or
But
stopping rape gangs.
they've actually turned around and said before, like, we can't attend every burglary because we don't have the manpower.
Yeah.
And you have the manpower to be harassing deaf people in the street for asking people to speak clearer. It winds me off.
Yeah,
In case with my dad, though, he's now got hearing aid. Well, she did have a hearing aid, but that was a good ear. And like, even with the hearing aid, you had to be like super clear in her ears. She lost most of her hearing due to meningitis, and because she lost it late in life, she couldn't do sign language and she couldn't lip read, so she was really reliant on people actually speaking really clearly to her. And it breaks my heart that she could have a fucking policeman stood there now telling her off.
But God forbid you ask. God forbid it is now apparently illegal in the United Kingdom to go, sorry, I only speak English. Do you also speak English so we can fucking communicate? Apparently that's a hate crime.
It's kind of beside the point, isn't it? I mean, it's really sad that he happened to be deaf, and that wasn't even what he asked. But the overall point is, like, you should be able to ask someone if they speak English in England.
Yep. No. You shouldn't
be offensive.
It's not even. It's even worse than that. You shouldn't, because you're saying you shouldn't be allowed to ask them if they can. No, you should be allowed to demand that they do. It's bloody England. Speak English. It's not like it's some third world country like America.
But even so, like, you're trying to have communication with people, so like it really helps if you're both speaking the same language. It really helps. So you kind of have to be like, do you speak my language? Because I don't speak that language. Do you speak this language? Like, it's gonna get to a point where people are just gonna be like, do you know what? I'm just gonna have no interactions with the minorities. I'm gonna outright blank them because I do not want to be perceived to be offending somebody.
Oh, you mean exactly like what happened to women in the workplace after Me Too, when the men in positions of authority turned around and went, "I ain't not gonna be fucking seen near one of them dead."
And that's what ends up happening, though, isn't it?
Yep. And then they turn around and complain about, again, in the case of the Me Too era, they start whining, men don't want to meet us one-on-one anymore. Well, that's what you fucking asked for. And
well, to be fair, probably wasn't the ones that it was getting done to that were asking for.
Well, true, but it's, like, in most it's the same cases.
In this case, it actually seems to be the law that is the problem. Like, I mean, yes, somebody has went and made a complaint, but like, the police really should have went, you fucking bike, mate. Grow up here.
Yep.
What are we cleaning, by the way? We cleaning the Halloween house?
We can do either the
I don't think
we have not done the Halloween house. We also have under bonus jobs the Muckingham Files Part 1. That I don't think we've done.
Bonus jobs. What do we say to chat? Shall we do?
Yes. What do you reckon, chat?
Part 1. What's in part 1? The food truck, the satellite dish, and the solar station. We can have the Halloween house, or we can have part 1. No doubt we'll probably do all of it anyway.
Probably will.
So,
the
language of the culturally. How dare you not speak the language of the culturally enriching? I know, like, we're gonna start learning Arabic in schools anyway.
What do you mean start?
LTM says Durka Durka Durka. That will get me in Star Wars good books. Hector says speaking the native language. Hate crime. It's a bit quiet but good enough. Yeah, it's quiet because it's coming from the channel that we normally have the music on. Speaking of, the music on, which hopefully won't be super duper loud.
I'm not sure if it's legal for Disco to read Inquisitor Rex's next comment.
I might have to skip over anybody that's likely to get me arrested.
Inquisitor Rex also said, your job is not to police the language people speak. Well, apparently it is now.
Apparently.
Yeah. And then he says...
I guess it's the low-hanging fruit for them, isn't it? Like, they get to make their little report. And,
well, that's it.
Do anything hard.
Because they totally don't have KPIs on however many interactions and arrests. If they can go and have an interaction with friggin' deaf grandpa there, who is no threat to them whatsoever, then they can turn around to the boss and go, look at all the crimes I averted by having interactions with people. And rather than actually, going after a criminal who you might do things like resist.
Yeah. I don't see chat having picked anything. So let's start with... What will we start with? Let's see specials. Let's do Halloween House because it looks like a nice big house.
Yes. Inquisitor Rex also said...
New DLC for Powerwash Simulator Birmingham PC crashes on loading 230. Birmingham is
sounds like Birmingham's getting what they fucking deserve.
Well, I mean, the council though, I think that's one of the councils that tried to declare bankruptcy and wanted to up their council tax, and yet apparently when they made cuts, it seems like they've made cuts to the salaries of the bin collectors, which is why the bin collectors are went, F you, we're not going to collect the bins. And not only are we not going to collect the bins, but we're not going to let the people that you brought in to replace us collect the bins either.
Mm-hmm.
Jack was reading it, and he said that they cut their salaries by like $8,000 a year.
Oh yeah, that'll piss them off. I also heard on the grapevine.
That's why they're striking.
I also heard on the grapevine that apparently in the eternal search for pay parity, they decided that it was unfair for office admin staff to get paid less than bin men, because office space staff are generally female and bin men are generally, men.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently they decided that it was unfair that the
jobs though.
But gender pay gap.
I mean, they're different jobs though. But I mean, from my understanding,
don't let facts get in the way of feminism.
It seems like the council's wasted its money and it's made cuts in a really stupid place.
Well, it's Birmingham. Who the fucking
service that people actually wanted is the thing that's been cut.
Well, it's Birmingham. The real question is, do any of the people in Birmingham pay tax?
No, I suppose that is a question. That is a question that you could ask.
Chat knows why I'm asking that question, but I will absolutely not go into detail on why I'm asking that question on YouTube.
That is a question that could be asked.
I wonder what percentage of Birmingham lives in council-funded housing. How many people in Birmingham are net positive contributors?
That is a question. I mean, you have to ask the question as well. Like, obviously, people do pay, well, in theory, people do pay their council tax, mostly to get their bin collected. I mean, that's mostly what we expect council to do. But like, you would think that people would be like, right, I don't want rats. I would prefer not to have the plague if it's all the same to everybody else. So perhaps I will take the rubbish that I make and I will put it in the dump in the
Well,
short term.
you'd think so, but
Maybe I'll
remember...
send the council the bill for it afterwards, but like I don't fancy the plague. So I'm just gonna try and avoid it. But no, they've just let it pile up in the streets, like just pile and pile and pile.
Well,
And it's not even just like
to be fair...
bins, like it's collective. Like once it started, they were like, "Oh, we're just gonna dump mattresses here and sofas and fucking everything." It's like that wouldn't have went in your bin anyway.
Yeah.
Like,
Have you
have had to be got rid of a different way?
Have you ever heard of the broken windows theory?
No.
So it's a theory in like criminal justice psychology that says that if you don't patch up like broken windows on abandoned houses and things, if the number of broken windows and graffiti and things increases significantly, it leads to a collapse of rule of law, and the problem exponentially increases because well, the people who do that kind of thing can't see the rule of law being enacted. And it's as simple as cleaning up graffiti and repairing broken windows. But if they don't see any signs of the rule of law, it's like, oh, well, clearly no one cares if we break all the windows, and
I guess that's
crime
true.
is permissive in this area.
I don't know if you watched Carl's recent video that he put on his channel. Was him walking around Swindon, and like you can see just how much graffiti and stuff. Like everything's just graffiti covered, and it wasn't even like that a couple of years ago. Like when I was there, it wasn't the nicest of towns, but it didn't look like that.
Well,
Like, blasted in graffiti over the last couple of years.
Well, that's another point from that video as well that I need to be very careful about the phrasing of. There was a security guard that had a go at Carla for filming. And let's just say that you could identify the birthplace of the security guard by voice. No. He was Irish, clearly.
Well.
Oh, well, that's fair. Not the Welsh. That's even worse than being Irish. Oh, dear.
No, I didn't go completely unnoticed. Just makes me what's chat soon? Here we go clean up the trash in Birmingham.
I think that's actually. I think that's a hate crime to suggest.
Dinkle, hello. Voting for the right to exit, import the third world, get the third world. I mean, yes, although I think this may.
I think that statement is actually just straight up hate. Well, it's a two-tier problem.
Yes, I think it certainly hasn't helped because there is no pride in the area, so nobody's really kind of taking a personal responsibility for it, even though, yes, it is the council's responsibility because you paid them to do it, but if they ain't going to do it, like, really the locals should be taking responsibility in the short term. And then
Disco, the locals probably are. The locals probably are.
You're not put on the wall. He's trying to walk. But it does seem like it's like the council has completely mismanaged everything.
Well, yeah, it's Birmingham.
Pretty much.
Even before the latest crisis, Birmingham wasn't thought highly of.
No. But that, I do think that's probably part of the problem. I don't think it's the entire problem, though. Although, that said, we don't know who's running the council, so...
I'd be willing to bet that if someone looked up the Birmingham City Council, it would be exactly as expected.
But I did see somebody saying, like, seen a post earlier of somebody pointing out that they had spent like 50 million on like a diversity and inclusion and whatnot, and then complained they were bankrupt and then had to make cuts. So,
I can
not
think of
very
some
much
places to
sympathy for
make
the
cuts
council.
in. Well, the first
Make
place to
definitely
make
been their
cuts,
salary to go.
I bet no cuts have been made to the councillors' salaries.
Mm-hmm.
Much like how during the Big C, while Victoria was going
You
the...
had one job. One
Yeah,
job, really.
yeah. It's like in the Big C, when Melbourne was having the world's longest enforced work-from-home period. The Premier of the state decided he'd give himself a a $13,000 pay rise.
I'm fairly sure that our MPs had a pay rise during that time period as well. While the rest of us were having our businesses shut down and, losing jobs because nobody could afford to keep staff on that weren't going into work and stuff. No, let's just give them a pay rise.
Yep.
Let's just have a pay rise.
Yep. The politicians never miss a pay rise.
I mean, when they're debating their own pay rise, Parliament is full. It's the only day of the year they all fucking show up.
Mm-hmm. Which is impressive, since most of them never do.
Eric says, AK, that's insane. That is what what Jack had read was that they've taken an 8K paid cut. Which is probably why they're all angry, and I don't bloody blame them. Like, if somebody had cut my pay by 8K a year because they were too busy mismanaging their money, I think I would probably strike and prevent somebody else from coming in to do the job too.
Yeah. If someone...
At that point, it's not even they're being greedy, like, oh, we want more money, constantly want more money. It's like, no, we want to be paid what we were paid yesterday.
Yep. And like, it's bad enough that if we're lucky, the pay rises we get are indexed to inflation at best. And that's not anything to do with the cost of living, because what determines inflation has been very cleverly designed to be a bunch of stuff that makes it look tiny. Yeah, you can. Yes, we're having a 1.5% CPI increase. That's fantastic. But did you notice that the cost of living has gone up by 15% instead?
15? Huh. Still a bargain in Australia.
Oh no, that's per quarter. It's compounding.
A lot more than that. Like, last year we our electricity bill came in, and they were like, "Ha, you're like £500 in debt, by the way." And we're like, "How the fuck are we £500 in debt? Like, we've never missed a payment. We've been paying it as you've been charging it. Like, you send the bill, we pay it. How are we £500 in debt?" And they were like, "Oh well, I think you were on this payment plan, but the prices went up a little bit, and it's supposed to be a fucking little bit. Like, £500 is not a fucking little bit. Thank you very much." And they were like, how has it got this far into being behind? And they were just like, well, I'm like, how much has it gone up? Oh, only 5%. It's like, no fucking way in hell has it only gone up 5%. Like, no way in hell has it only gone up 5% for us to be £500 behind without knowing. And they were like, eventually we might have to peel it out of them. No, he meant it went up 5% last month. But over the course of the year had gone up like 85%. And we're like, right, so you've doubled the prices but didn't double the bill. Of course we ended up behind. Like, anybody with like basic primary 1 math could have told you that. Like, why were you not contacting customers when you raised the prices?
Yeah. Marcus says that in reference to the politicians, they never miss a tax increase either.
Yeah, even when they promised that you could rip your bill up because there would be no tax increases.
Yep. Speaking.
Golden Chris Hector says, I heard Rachel from accounts did the math. No, it was more than 50%. It was almost double. It was almost double over the course of a year, because they were like, oh well, no, it went up 5% in January, and we're like, how much did it go up in the rest of the month? And we're like, oh well, over the course of the last year, about 85%. Right, so it's pretty much doubled then, which is why I'm so far behind, because my bill didn't double. You just left on the same amount, and then we're like, what? We'll just send you a bill later with fees added on because you're behind. Like, why would you not just message me and be like, we need to bill up because you're gonna get into debt?
Well, turns out they're grossly incompetent. And I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to talk about the reason it's gone up on YouTube either.
The government?
Yes. But the government, the particular government policy. You know, it's the same one that has made England reliant on undersea cables to bloody Denmark and gas pipelines from Norway for energy security.
So, in fact, you know what? You want to talk about energy? I wasn't gonna bring this article because I wasn't sure how to get into it. But since we have arrived there anyway, it's well.
Oh, is this the you must have 72 hours of supplies in case Russia bombs the pipelines?
No. That's not that one. Where is it? It's under climate saver. Where is the Chrome box? Chrome. There we go. Labour's net zero crusader, Ed Miliband, has a carbon footprint 12 times higher than the average Brit.
No.
So he's also out there like, you all need to just like be net zero. You can't have your car anymore. You can't have power anymore. You gotta pay X amount more for your power because we're gonna make sure that you can't get cheap power because that would be not very green. And meanwhile, Ed Miliband is just like wasteful.
Typical politician. Such a typical politician.
Cheerio. Groceries, I think that's illegal here. What, putting up the prices and not telling the customer?
I mean, it's probably illegal.
To be fair, we did turn around and was like, you can stake your fucking account up. That's just shady. Like, we didn't want to be in debt and having to pay it off alongside what like our new bill. We're just like, nah.
I mean, it's probably also illegal in the UK, but good luck.
Could you not sit? George? I love you, but you can't sit between me and the keyboard.
Yes, I can, he says.
So yeah, Ed Miliband 12 times as wasteful as the average UK citizen. As usual, reaching to us from above a bloody pedestal.
Yeah.
Telling us what we can and can't do while not doing it. LGN says, yay, kitty dies! Ed Miliband, you mean Tweety from the Chicken Run? He's so unlikable. He's so unlikable. He's like the anti-charisma. Like he's the most uncharismatic person that I've ever seen.
And yet somehow he's an MP.
Well, he was the leader of the Labour Party at some point, wasn't he? And, like, everyone was like, ugh. No. So unlikable. And a hypocrite.
Yep.
Which makes him even more unlikable.
To be fair, we knew he was a hypocrite when you said he was a politician.
Yes. I'm just so tired of being preached at to freaking about climate by celebrities and millionaires and
Oh,
people who
oh,
are just like, oh, you can't have a holiday because of climate and you need to have expensive power and you're not going to be allowed your car anymore and blah 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 because climate. Meanwhile, excuse me while I just get on my private jet and jet around the fucking world.
yeah. Oh, I'm Australian, and they're like, oh, you shouldn't use the air conditioning as much. It's like, fucking excuse you. This is Australia, motherfucker.
Yeah, kitty like this.
Kitty.
Hi. Hi, George. Oh, just tired of it. And apparently we don't get any say in it because no matter which party you vote for, they all are preaching from the same net zero hymn sheet. And it's like, I do not care. I just want to not have to decide between whether I'm going to put the heating on or whether I'm going to eat that food.
Well, that's it. Don't sit here telling us about, oh, the world's going to end in 100 years if you don't do all these things, when we're sitting here going, yeah, cool. I'd like to not starve this winter, please. Get back to us when we live in a post-scarcity environment.
They all want to shy away from nuclear, which actually is clean and would supply everybody with really cheap energy. But no, let's shy away from that and just go on these absolute bonkers things that just inconvenience people, just make people's lives harder. You want to make energy cleaner? Right. Go and open some nuclear fucking power plants. Make the energy cheap and sustainable.
But no, we can't do
You're
that.
like, you know what? We're gonna open some nuclear power plants. It's gonna make the energy greener. It's gonna make the energy cheaper. Like everybody's bill will go down too. Everybody will be like, all right, cool, thanks, mate. Carry on.
And that's the key part. You know, it's not cheaper. What's the bloody point? I'm sorry, but I just can't bring myself to give a shit about the bloody polar bears or whatever excuse they're using this time when I can't afford to fucking live.
They seem to really shy away from hydro as well. And from what I understand, hydro is actually one of the few that actually does seem to be fairly reliable and not cost a fortune to implement because you're kind of using the power of the rivers and whatnot. Like you're just putting in some wheels in the river.
Yeah. Hydro is one of the best. Yeah.
They always shy away from hydro as well. It's like it doesn't seem to be just about being green. It seems to be about it's just another tax, isn't it? It just seems to be another tax. Because there are ways that they could get what they want and not fuck everybody up.
Yep.
I don't seem to want
to. Prime says that apparently Sweden just sent 10 million euros to Ghana for electric mopeds.
Why? Why?
Kickbacks would be my first guess. I want to know which politician has a brother's, cousin's, sister's, mother's, aunt's, wife's boyfriend owns a fucking electric scooter company.
Well, that is a good question. Meanwhile, we all just get a little bit bored. For the maybe tiny bit of carbon that we're not using. Bye. Can I not get up here? I'm not allowed up here. You're allowed up here. Come here, ladder. So speaking of crazy carbon, if you remember how bad Snow White was, they could not even please the lefties. They couldn't even please the lefties because it had higher carbon emissions than Fast and the Furious film.
Oh, is that some bullshit calculation on the electricity used to render it or something?
I'm not sure. I just went by the headline and thought it would be fun to read it.
That's fair.
Because the actress is like, wait, what? We shall read it together. The film, combined with The Little Mermaid, created more carbon emissions than some major airports do in a year.
Yeah, combined with The
I'm
Little
assuming
Mermaid,
like
right?
they've got to like fly all the actors around, and then like it's like heavy CGI and stuff. I don't know. That's an assumption because I haven't actually read the article. At the screening of Snow White in London last month, it was like, I don't care about the back. Just tell me about the emissions. I don't want waffle. But the film's theme of being at one with nature seems to have not extended to the real life environment, with company documents showing the making of Snow White generated more greenhouse gas emissions in the UK than the latest Fast and Furious film, despite the latter's reliance on an array of gas guzzling cars. Um, Analysis of more than 250 sets of filings from the Walt Disney Company reveals that the live-action remakes of Snow White and other animated classics, The Little Mermaid, created more pollution than any of the other. That's lost me place. Than any of its other movies made since 2019, when the environmental reporting requirement was introduced. Why is that even a requirement? I mean, it is funny to read, but like, what? Why do they? Now they have to hire a guy who's just like, I have to report how much carbon emissions.
And BlackRock. It's BlackRock. It's always BlackRock.
Sonic Nitro said, "Hey, just 30 on to go to this article myself. Hang on, let me grab it. I'm sorry, but it is the Guardian. So why don't you pay? Please, thank you. There you go. I'm sorry, it is the Guardian. I know it's big, but they do have some funny stories because they're wild. Right, where were we? The emissions from Snow White and the Little Mermaid are higher than the annual amount produced by Birmingham and Luton Airport. It's pretty funny.
That is funny. Well, I love to see
Each
these
movie
losers
generated
eating
higher
themselves.
emissions than the annual total for Blackpool Pleasure Beach and London's O2 Arena, where Snow White influencer event took place. Yeah, but why? What are you counting though? That is a question though. Between again, you're just yapping about filler stuff. Just tell me about the.
No, it's like that article about the guys, the criminals on bail who were caught with illegal, unregistered, serial number scratched off guns at in Melbourne at the sporting place. Every second sentence was about how the bloody game went.
Here we go. Emissions are measured in tons of carbon dioxide.
Huh? Oh, this guy. Apparently, Steam has everything's disconnected. Yay! This guy. This guy. Yeah, this guy's gone, everybody. Yep. The police have raided the house. Well, my chat. Hi. Whoops. No. Yeah, F's in the chat for this guy. Cops kicking the door for expecting people to speak English in England. Oh, and there's the stream gone. Well, I'm not sure what's going on there. At least I know it's not on my end. Yes, this is fun. Oh, dearie me. Well, chat. This is fun. Prime, do you reckon Gracie found the PC? That's a possibility. Right. Yes, presumably George took it down, but don't know yet. I mean, we've needed to invade England for ages, Marky. Well. Poop. Cool. I'm going to go to the tech difficulty screen and have a trip to the bathroom while I wait to hear from Disco. I'll keep you guys updated. Okay, no, we'll not use that screen because it doesn't have any music. Hey, it just goes
And
back. Big.
yeah.
So the computer just
I've
decided
lost
to go.
all my
Boop.
chat. All my chat's just gone. Bye-bye. I'm restarting. I'm gonna have to reshare it everywhere. God, freaking
Let's blame. Do we blame YouTube? Blaming YouTube never hurts.
I don't even think it's YouTube.
Oh well, no, I'm
I
sure
don't know
it's
what
not.
happened, but it looked like a graphics driver crash because all 3 monitors just went off, but then it kind of cascaded behind it. Like sometimes when the graphics driver crashes, it comes back, but this time it was just like, no,
Yeah,
I'm dead. I'm dead. So
yeah,
I'll
you just
restarting my
yeah,
stream
that was
now.
fun. You cut off mid sentence. It's like, oh, the police have come for disco.
Yeah.
Disco had opinion on the internet, and the police have come to object
I had
to
a
that.
wrong thing, and I got caught having a wrong thing. Let's reshare my bloody streams. Oh, God. Yay, Hector Rex is still in the chat.
That's one.
We
Oh, hello,
are
George.
back? Question mark, question mark. Oh, it has actually reverted. Okay, well, I suppose it doesn't hurt to have the thumbnail up there for a minute. Oh, we've reshared the stream. Hello, George. Apparently, my PC decided it was going to crash badly.
Yeah, your PC had a sad.
I couldn't even turn it off. Like, I was trying to hard boot it because there was no way I could, actually shut it down. And I got my finger on the power button, and it was just like, I'm not listening to you. You can hold your finger on that power button all goddamn day. I'm still not turning on.
That's how you know things are serious.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to speak to the manager and unplug you. Could you stop picking my chair, please, George? It's actually really starting to piss me off. Thank you.
Oh, I had to kick my cat out earlier because it was just sitting behind me, clawing the back of the chair, going, "Pay attention to me."
Yeah, that's pretty much what George is doing. I don't mind him being like, pay attention to me, because, chat likes it. But I do object to having my chair picked.
Yeah, I don't mind if the cat reaches over my shoulder and pokes me in the face for attention because it's cute, but when he starts scratching the back of the chair, this thing's expensive. I can't afford a new one.
Yes.
Because it's one of
I'll
those.
try again.
Yes.
I don't know if we'll have lost any of the progress.
Maybe a little bit.
All right. Library, Powerwash Sim. Apparently, I have played 120 hours of Powerwash Simulator.
Oh, how am I doing? Yeah, 120.
Well, the stream was doing pretty good. We had like 10 viewers, and now we have Basic and Hector Rex.
Yeah, and because Jessica's computer decided to say no. Oh, Discord is playing Powerwash Simulator.
I must have done a wrong thing. The police must have unplugged it. You had enough to think today. Yeah, probably.
Well, our GM's come back to your chat at least.
Yay! Oh, GM's come back. George, that's really uncomfortable. You're not a cushion.
He'd probably object if you. He'd probably object if you just sat on him.
I'll just lean back. He's like, "Arr." You've been really, really needy the last couple of days, mate. Really needy.
Needy.
Really, really needy. And I'm going away next week, so you're going to be extra needy because you're just going to be here with babysitter. Seasonal specials. Oh, I did save the progress. At least that is something. Resume job. I can't even remember what we were talking about. We were talking about the emissions from the Disney movie.
Yes. And then apparently your computer decided it was producing too many emissions and just bye.
That could have been it. Divided into 3 categories known as scopes. The first one covers emissions from fuel. Could you not? Thank you. From fuel used directly to produce the movie. For example, generators, powering cameras, heaters. The second scope covers emissions generated by the creation of electricity used during production. The scope 3 shows indirect emissions which are generated by suppliers of goods and services.
Right.
I'm on about the article that we're reading on stream.
Okay.
I like how he walks in and he's like, conversation? Alright, let's invite a basic.
Yes.
Confirm, invite. There we go.
Yay, I have a button. It is attempting to load now.
Right, fingers crossed it's not gonna die again. I thought it might have been an overheating issue, but I checked the. No, we're not that hot. TP is a little warm, but it's not really warm.
How strange.
I mean, I literally just got a water cooler and it should not be an overheating problem.
Shouldn't be, but...
back, please.
Yay!
Well, fingers crossed it won't do it again. Maybe I need to update a couple of drivers. I don't know. Sometimes graphics drivers are a bit funny.
Apparently...
NVIDIA GPU latest drivers have caused a lot of issues. I think it is NVIDIA.
It certainly...
It's done an automatic update. Maybe that's why.
Certainly sounds like a graphics driver issue.
If it has, maybe I'll roll them back. Because I know I've had to roll them back sometimes for when I'm using the Adobe Suite.
Yeah.
One of the drivers was causing issues, and sometimes I have to roll it back.
Frickin' Adobe. I can't wait until DaVinci Resolve has something resembling the kind of external resources that the Adobe Suite has.
Yeah, I mean, I hate their business model, but their software is just I can't fault their software.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a million.
The integration with the other pieces of software is, I think, what makes it. Like, I can do one thing on one piece, and then I can just like open it up in the next piece of software, and it's all there. And then if I make changes in the first place, it changes in the second one. It's just
yeah, that's not bad. But what I like about Resolve is it just does all that in one program. Just about most things you can need. Sadly, some of its features like animation aren't there, yes, and it's missing some super basic features because it's not really designed for the hobbyist. But they are getting better at that.
Yep, especially on the older, not 50 series, had issues for a while now. Do not remember what was a good version. Gamers Next video on it. Yeah, I think the one that I have to keep rolling back to is fairly old because it got to a point where my Adobe Suite was just crashing constantly. And it was the GPU drivers. So it could be. I'll have a look into it. If it's updated, I'll have to give it a kick. I think it's a 4080 or 4070. It's around that kind of area. I think. It was decent. It's outdated now, which makes me sad because I'm only just done paying for it.
I'd like to upgrade one day. I'm on a freaking big box store computer from like, God, it's got to be getting on ages old now.
Mine is like the ship of Theseus. It is no longer any of its original parts.
Yeah.
It may still have the original C drive in it as its backup drive now. That's still in there, but no, it's in a, like I've gutted it. Like there's nothing left of the original.
Yeah. I've been wanting to upgrade for ages. Anymore. First thing I need to do is get more WAM. I need to download more WAM.
More WAM is always good, especially if you're editing. Like
yeah,
that WAM.
Oh yeah, especially when you ask the computer to, yes, please use your AI tools to automatically mask this object. That uses a lot of RAM.
Yes. I did just upgrade the old CPU. We're now running a Ryzen 9.
Good lord, man!
I know, I know, I know, I know. I tell him all the time.
It sounds like he's sitting
It's
next to you.
beautiful space. Believe it or not, he's not even in the same room.
I don't know what it is about the acoustics in your house, but I swear things that happen in the fucking rest of the house are louder than you.
He's not a quiet soul. Lazarus said, hello, Discordia, our Blackwatch member. Blackwatch? I feel like I'm missing a reference.
What's a Blackwatch? Is it a Warhammer
Probably
thing?
be like, I'll probably be like, in a minute. George! I love you, but you're in the way. He's like, I just want to snuggle, Mama.
He's a snugglepussums.
Lord Inquisitor Hector says that Denise could wake up with Cthulhu. For Battletech, I mean, I will.
Oh, that's even less interesting.
Say, I'm not really that averse in Battletech, other than what Kyle told me with a quick 5-minute rundown. He tried to explain it to me briefly once. What? Really? What the fuck? No. As much as I seem to be stuck with our little arch, I'm actually not as big of a nerd as Barge is.
I don't know if it's
I'm
humanly
sure I'll have
possible.
to learn at some point, though, when he wants to do a lore video. Like, oh, well, I guess I'm learning now.
Yeah.
I am slowly learning Warhammer because, you know, I gotta listen to it frame by frame. George, you can sit nice or you can bugger off.
Brian wants to know if we could get trim such a mic that captures every sound in a 1,000,000-mile radius. I
mentioned the word Blackwatch is illegal in England. I mean, they probably would try and take it that you're watching for the blacks and therefore a racist. So I wouldn't be surprised.
It may not be illegal per se, but it'd definitely get you recorded for a non-crime hate incident if a black person heard you say it, or worse, a Karen heard it, and it's like, they said the word black. They're a racist.
Gretchen says, I recommend the Blackwatch video from Tex Talks Battle Tech from the Black Pants Legion. The Black Pants Legion. That's the name.
I've already got enough autism, thank you. I already have enough things to be autistic about.
You mean, what's one more thing,
But we haven't even started on the several train games.
That's true. I mean, we could play Train Simulator.
Speaking of trains, did you have Satisfactory?
No.
Oh, poo.
It's not overly expensive. I might be able to get it. I might even be able to request a streamer key to it.
Yeah, it's been out for a while, so the chances are probably low.
That you're automatically approved for? Is that just because I have more viewers?
I have some of those too. Some of them are just automatically approved for anyone, but you probably have a couple that I don't, because there's probably a couple that are set to 1,000+ subscribers.
Maybe. But
I do have some that are pre-approved. Unfortunately, most of them are utter shite. I'm almost, honestly, for the sake of silly content, I'm almost tempted to start a bin diving series.
I was gonna say, like, maybe we just grab some of the ones that they're like, you know, you're pre-approved, and then we just have a bit of fun.
Yep. Look at
I
some
mean,
utter
surely
trash.
no game is so bad that we're like, you know what? Not even for free, mate.
Some of them are. I like it when the promotional images contain Unity assets that I fucking recognise. It's like, please, here, would you like a free review code for our Steam game? And it's like, mate, I can smell the asset pack you're using.
By the way, does Guardian get ready to do something for Arch as he listens to the audiobook in the trailer park out? Oh, as he threatens something.
Uh-oh. Barch with ideas, that's dangerous. It could be worse, it could be Disco with ideas.
I don't mind so much when Bart has ideas because it means that I get to eat this week.
Ah, yes, that is a good point.
We must feed the editor. I need to edit a little bit faster because, I've gone a week without having a computer because when the company that was shipping my clothes said next day delivery, what they actually meant was we might get it in stock tomorrow and then maybe send it out sometime within the next week if we're lucky. Which is not what I would have counted as next day delivery.
No, that's not what I consider either.
To be fair, I did get the money back for the next day delivery, but I did lose a week's worth of working time, which was annoying.
Yes, because you have so much time free with that small human demanding all of it.
So I'm currently working night shift.
Yeah, how well's that been working out?
I mean, at least she's asleep. Although sometimes she wakes up and is like, cuddle me. And then I'm like trying to lean over the child to work while she sleeps on me. Feed your local Discord. Yes, feed your local Discord. They need to edit and they get hungry.
Yes. They also need to afford video games, because we're desperately trying to find what we're going to do once we're done with these 3 levels. 4 levels, whatever it is.
True. That is true. We'll have to have a look and see what games we've got, what games are not all that expensive. Art had him on once on Artcast. I think I vaguely remember the fella, actually. Heck, sounds familiar. Doctor said any more tisms and he'll send me into a padded room. Play Doom 3 co-op or XCOM 2. It's got to be something that if the baby comes in along with the daddy daycare, that I can put it down and it's not going to affect basic playing.
Yeah. Unfortunately for a lot of co-op games, if one of the partners leaves, that just brings gameplay for the other to a screaming halt.
Yeah, which kind of defies the point of having basic cam.
Yeah. That does make things difficult.
So, like, this is ideal because I can just switch to your camera and be like, right, okay, I'm gonna have my hands free to deal with the toddler and then talk, and there's still stuff on screen.
And I can just continue
not
on.
Have to stand there like a lemon for the next 20 minutes.
Yep. It also means chat gets something to watch. My recommendations currently are Visceral Cleanup Detail, Satisfactory, because
Satisfactory could work. I guess Factorio could probably work because as long as we're not currently fighting bugs,
that's
you can idle in it.
That's true.
It's not exactly chill. I guess Satisfactory is along the same lines.
Yes, but there are no active enemies. There are enemies around the map that you can go find and get into trouble with. But there are no waves of enemies, so that could be more useful. Then we wouldn't have to worry about Oh, yeah. Disco's now got a baby. By the way, here's 7 waves of bugs.
Yeah, but there is that. That's why we had Monkey last time. Because
Yeah.
Monkey was on bug duty.
He did a great job on bug
It's like,
duty.
here's a flamethrower. Go and fry the buggies. And he's
Mhm.
like, okay. Off I go.
And then he slept in and we played Pipes of Sadness and cried.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Angel Bob's is pretty fun, but it's bloody, like, what?
It's so evil. It's good, but holy crap.
Graduate says, I'm trying to start playing X4. My god, that game has content and size.
Oh,
Every game is
yeah.
massive now, though. Games developers do not optimize anymore.
I think he's...
Gig? You don't mind 300 gig, right?
If it's X4 that I think it is, I don't think he's talking about gigabytes. I think he's talking about game scope.
My point still stands.
That's fair. Prime example being Ark. Yes, sure. Here's 150 gigabytes for some low poly frigging dinosaurs. Yeah, thanks, mate.
150?
Or whatever it
You must
was.
have not installed any of the DLC.
Oh, no, hell no.
And literally, it takes up about 400 gig on my hard drive.
Bloody hell.
And that's before mod.
Meanwhile, Valheim, 1.5 gig? 2 gig?
No, I know. I just couldn't believe the size of Valheim when Kyle was like, here's Game Key, quick, install it before the stream. And I'm like, wait, how quickly do you think I'm going to install this game? He's like, it's a gig. And I'm like, is it pig? And he's like, no, it's supposed to be really good. I'm like, but it's a gig. Where's the rest of it?
Although they did some really clever sneaky things with the procedurally generated prettiness, I think, is the trick. And it works really well.
Gig, yeah, amazing. For a game that is a gig. It's a shame 2 Point Museum doesn't have any multiplayer on it, because I'm quite enjoying that in a minute. It's very well done.
But yeah, you were telling us about it last time. It sounds like they learnt their lesson from the previous iteration.
Well, not even just so much that, like, you know how these management tycoon games are normally done with the campaign.
Yep.
Like, you play one map, you get it to 1 star. Optionally, you can do 2 or 3 stars, but like you might get a couple of items or some like currency for it, but there's not really much point doing it.
And Blood Bar's a good example of that.
Onto next map, 1 star, optionally 2 or 3 stars. Next map. This one, like, they've really kind of integrated the maps with one another. And so you've got your different maps. I think there's like 5 or 6 different museums, but you have like a curator level. And in order to get up your curator level that allows you to unlock different things, you have to get like 1 museum with 1 star, 2 museums with 2 stars, etc. etc. So you're kind of going back and forth between these museums and kind of running them all together. And then so you can go in, you can redesign them all, and I'm really enjoying it. Like, there's a big part of, like, you know, I want to make my museum as efficient as possible and pretty and blah blah blah, and, you know, have people walk through the gift shop in order to use the toilet so that they can they're more likely to buy things. And no, it's good. I enjoy it.
Yeah, good. Some good old tycoon stuff.
It's a new take on the kind of career mode, and I think it works really well.
Yeah. Shame it doesn't have co-op. So, sadly, most games with co-op Require both partners to be present. Then again, do you? I think Stardew Valley has co-op.
It is. Yeah.
So potentially on the
Stardew
list.
Valley, Dinkum. I think there is another one that's very similar, but like 2D. Yeah, export is 40 gig, but it is Star Citizen, but an actual finished game with not as good graphics. I want to like Star Citizen. I played Star Citizen, but yeah, like the graphics are amazing. Like the graphics look absolutely amazing in Star Citizen, but it's like they hired all the artists and forgot to hire the programmer. Like that's what it seems like because the program is kind of just missing. The gameplay is just kind of missing. It's gorgeous. The gameplay is just missing. Stardew Valley might be one of the better options for you. Yeah, it is an option. I think I do have Stardew Valley. We're gonna have to compare our games list before the stream.
Yeah.
Which will be in 2 weeks because next week I will be visiting Scotland, trying not to strangle my mum.
Yeah.
I'm the best not to strangle my mum. Since our move's been delayed, so now I'm gonna actually have to go off with it. We were hoping that we'd be moved soon and not have to, but our move's been delayed indefinitely.
Poo. It's poo.
Yes. The joys of relying on other people who sometimes just disappear halfway through a conversation and never come back.
How helpful. Much helpful. Oh dear.
She is lovely in itty bitty doses. Unfortunately, if I am as tismy as Bezek thinks I am, I got it from my mom.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she'll be fine. It's only 5 days. So I won't have too much opportunity to throw on her.
Well, you'd have to put the baby down to strangle her anyway.
Because she will be more focused on the baby than me, so probably for the most part. What happened, Bez? Fell down.
Jump down. I need to get under this silly turret. I'm getting stuck on the lag.
On the lag.
You know how ladders and things are in this game.
Leaving for the Lou world. No, I'm leaving for Scotland. It might just about be safe to go up there now because Hans is useless and in charge anymore.
God, he was such a phenomenal piece of crap.
He is the worst.
Hamza, get rid of juries useless.
Yeah, who needs a jury? I'll just tell you that you're bad. Too white.
Too male.
What?
Yusuf hates whites and males. Two things he'll never be.
Because the rest says, wait, we need programmers? Well, it probably helps when you're making a game to have programmers. Yeah, I really wanted to play that game. I did. It was so pretty, but I just so fed up with the crashes and the bugs and the glitches. Oh my. Just, you could have spent a little bit less time on the assets and a little bit more time to making sure it worked.
But that doesn't sell copies to morons on release day, Disco.
Maybe I'll revisit it, because by the time they actually get it polished, like, they're gonna have to update the engine that it thinks it's gonna be out of date. Like, it's really pretty, but just, focus on the gameplay first, and then you can polish the assets until the end of time if you want. Yeah, I just found it so frustrating. It's just too frustrating to play.
Which is a shame.
I also love that gif of him falling off the scooter. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I'll have to find it. Tailed Beecher did a meme of it where he added sound effects. I have to see if I can find it. I'm gonna have to see. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Search Tailed Beecher Hamza. Hamza. Come on, it'll be there somewhere. Come on, go square. There it is.
Get on the roof, damn it. It's a bad character.
Oh, that's not it. Hamza. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Hamza useless. There we go. Right, chat, you're gonna love this. And also, if you don't follow Tailed, I don't think he's making videos anymore, but he's a funny boy.
Yeah.
Where is the Chrome window? Of course, you lost the Chrome window when you crashed, because why would you not have? Right, here we go. Hopefully, we lost the music as well.
Of course.
Okay, once more. Love it. Just love it. I shall also send it to Bezic, because I understand there's probably people in Bezic's chat who are like,
Yeah.
Where?
What's happening?
What's that?
Yeah, dear. Let's have a look.
Tailed is a good lad. Tailed is a good lad. I think he's retired-ish from YouTube, which is sad, but I think he wants to focus on offline stuff and maybe, starting a family.
Yeah, a few people have dropped off, so I can't remember which one was Tailed, but was he one of the ones that's like, I have to actually make money, so I'm going to go do that?
I'm not sure, because I'm pretty sure he was already working, had a day job or whatnot, but I think he was just maybe spending more time than he was happy to be spending
That's
online.
probably accurate.
And
I do know that one of them, and I can't remember which one it was looking at having to drop their online stuff because it's really hard to have normal employment and also be online in our spheres.
Oh yeah, I do think he was. If I remember the post, it was kind of like, I'm however old fella now, and I'm still making memes on the internet. I'm a big boy, and I'm still making memes on the internet. So, but I do think he's still doing his second channel, if
Oh, that's good.
I'm not mistaken, which was more of a kind of like, Scottish culture, I guess,
Yeah.
kind of channel.
Are you allowed to have that anymore?
Like he'd be talking about different flags and stuff. It was interesting, not as Mimi.
Hmm.
Gretchen says, "I miss Louis Lavau. His fashion was nice. I didn't actually know he had stopped."
Hmm. Yeah, it's understandable though that people will drop out. It can be rough being as tuned in as we are.
I mean, it's difficult once especially once you're trying to do a family and stuff. But then, I guess you either become more impassioned, where you're like, kind of like Carl, where he's got a family and he's just like, well, now I have even more reason to double down on this stuff because, like, my kids are gonna be asking Dad, why didn't you do anything? When, if everything gets worse, they're gonna be asking why we didn't do anything. Or you're like, I need to come off and just focus on being offline and stuff.
Yeah. I've noticed that Carl seems to have... Well, he seems to vacillate between stepping back more from the politics to an extent. Like he goes over and hangs out with Arch to talk about not politics.
I mean, you can't really blame him.
He's been at the front lines for so long. Yeah.
Like when I
just as an example,
worked in politics too, like I didn't want to watch politics when I was not at work. I was just like, I will be neck deep in politics all day at work. I will share all the articles. I'll, discuss politics with everyone in the office. But when I come home, I'm gonna watch people streaming video games and doing stupid shit. Like that's what I'm going to do in the evening. And I don't want to hear a thing about politics because I've heard politics all goddamn day.
Oh.
So I don't blame him.
Tell me about it.
We'll talk about video games in the evening. Like he needs an outlet.
He does.
Politics.
But yeah, I feel that I wake up at politics. Got all through the day, politics. More politics before bed. And then the phone goes off and Disco sends me a black pill in the middle of the night.
I did that. You're right. I did.
That was a couple of weeks a while back where any time I saw a message from Disco and it was an image link, my heart my heart started sinking. It's like, oh no, what now? But at least now that the baby's arrived, sometimes those pictures are cute.
That's true. That's true. George, I did occasionally used to send you a picture of George.
Those were nice.
I'd be like, look, kitty.
Yeah. Gets to get past my defenses because then it's like, kitty, oh, by the way, black pill.
Like, Bashik doesn't. Oh, damn it, there's a black pill behind it.
Speaking of white pills, at least Trim's finally finished the bloody art.
I thought YouTube used his channel for saying too many gamers. No, he's still definitely got his old channels. Cat Daily, Talking of Cat. I think he lost Thinkery, but he started a new one that's basically Thinkery 2.0.
Yeah, he's got the Saigon of a Cat channel, and he makes more videos there than he does on the Lotus Eaters.
So no, he's definitely got the old channels. He was originally when he was doing the whole setting up the office thing. He said that he wanted to delete the channels himself, and I think the audience encouraged him not to, just to keep sort of the library there. So he did lose a couple of his channels, and I don't even think it was for Gamer Words. I think it was over copyright, wasn't it?
Subway.
I think there was something over copyright, like somebody had struck a picture or something, a claim on a picture. Something stupid.
It always is.
He probably got demonetized for Gamer Worth.
Oh, he's definitely got demonetized.
He's definitely demonetized. Or was demonetized. I think he was monetization back at some point. I think he was surprised, like, oh, my money came back.
And then he lost again, I think.
He lost his history channel. Yeah, he lost his history channel. I'm pretty sure he also lost the Thinkery, because that's where all our art videos were. Which I'm quite sad about, because the castle we built was on there. Oh.
Sad. So...
He did a tour. He did a tour of the castle we built, because we built the castle, and then the arc devs were like, "We're gonna change the map, and everybody that's in this area, their stuff's gonna get deleted." And we're like, "Yay! We just literally built our castle there."
Yay!
And so we were like, "Right, we're gonna have to move." And Carl was like, "We'll come and help you move. That's fine. I'll come and help." Like, all right, that'd be really nice. He's like, "I'll probably do a video of your castle while I'm in there, because it was a fairly impressive castle. It was like 4 of us had spent a good couple of weeks just building this massive castle in the swamp." And so we're like, "Yeah, sure, it'd be nice if you come and do a video on it, because then we'll at least have something." We were like packing up the convoy, ready to move everything over there. And he did get a video of me taking off with the convoy too, because it was a massive big convoy of all the birds, like chain linked, following each other.
Nice.
And so we're packing up, and he'd come to help us pack. And he didn't even take it out of the video. As he's running around the castle, not packing, actually just, running around the castle, opening up the cupboards, going, oh, taking out what he fancied. And then he went down into the dungeon, and the dungeon was like underwater, and he got lost in there and nearly drowned. He didn't even cut it out. He was gone for ages. That sounds very Carl. It was very Carl. Oh no, not the Thinkery. It was Victus that he did that on.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in ages. Channels.
It was Victus, and he definitely lost that one. That was his old gaming channel. I also remember when he first set up, I think it was that server, and he was like, we'd been helping him all night with the mods, getting the mods on the server. This was when he was still doing the mod himself at the very start of the server. And then he's like, right, come on, we'll stream. So, we'd all been up all night doing the mods, and then we all went on to help, build a new colony, whatever, with the stream. And at one point, he's like, I'm just gonna go get something to eat. So he toddles off, and the 3 of us are just still, like, on stream on his channel, just like, he's just kind of abandoned us, with his camera just, like, stood there looking at a wall. Like, his character is just like, I'm just gonna stand here like this for the next hour looking at this wall. And we're like, oh my god, okay, well, there's not much we can do about that, chat. We'll just have to talk to you while you stare at the wall in Carl's hut. And then the server crashed and died. So we're just like, okay, well, now you get to look at his login screen. We
oh, Carl, fucking hell.
And he still just has toddled off at this point. He's having his tea or whatever. It's fine. So I don't know why he did not end the stream for a bit to go and eat, but it is Carl, so And then it finally came back up. Like, whatever had gone wrong with the server corrected itself, and it came back up. So we're like, okay, well, we can't log back in for you guys. You are still going to be not watching his screen, I'm afraid. And then somebody from another tribe came over, and they were like, we're here for Carl. And it's like, you know what? Here you go. You can have him. So we dragged him out, we hands him over. So that when he logged back in, he was handcuffed in somebody else's face while they're singing to him. And he's like, what happened? And we're like, we would like to say that we fought valiantly for your honor, but we really didn't. He's like, no, I don't expect you did. But we tried to entertain chat, and that didn't work. So then we made chat entertain us. And by entertain us, we told them your position, and they came and collected you.
Thanks.
Carl of the many channels, yeah. Yeah, Carl of the many
Oh,
channels.
that's a freaking
He's got a
hilarious story.
new streaming one now, hasn't he? Where he streams games.
I thought he was still streaming on like Saigon or Cat or something, because he's been posting a lot of videos
He's been
there.
streaming on Twitch.
Really?
I think because I keep seeing him posting on Twitter, and it's like streaming here. And you can go to a Twitch channel, so I guess he's streaming on Twitch now. The Pondering. Well, he's got far too many channels.
He does.
What the up? Is it up here?
Oh dear.
We need the thing around this side of the house.
Wee.
Here? Here. Is he actually streaming on YouTube as well?
He's.
Because I came across his channel he was streaming on the other day. I'm like, is he got another new channel? And he's like, this one's not that new. I'm like, what he's doing off that? I didn't know about it.
He's shocking. How many channels does one man need?
He's definitely still on YouTube.
I won't be surprised if he's over on Twitch, because at least then his gaming can get monetized, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if any of his new channels are monetized. YouTube's that quick to yeet you out of the partner program anyway. It doesn't matter.
And all you have to do to get yeeted is have a child.
Oh yeah, that doesn't help. Great.
Yeah, Prime, we're still on the Halloween, Matt. Not for much longer, though.
You're nearly done. Cadbury's Cream Egg Thief has finally been arrested and sentenced. What Cadbury Cream Egg Thief?
Presume I've not heard of this.
I'm gonna upset people and be like, I'm actually liking Cadbury's Cream Egg. They're far too sweet. George, stop picking the chair. We've been over this. We have though.
Meow, he says.
Ah! Well, that didn't work.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This guy? This guy. Has Disco's PC crashed again? The graphics card has done it again. How fucking helpful. God damn it, Primed. Yes, it's your fault. Blame Primed. What the crap? Don't know if her PC will need a reformatting, but it might need a driver upgrade, downgrade. Good grief. Every time. Poor Disco. We made it, what, 50 minutes? Again? Oh, Lord above. I'm so sorry, Chad. uh, well, poo. Well, that doesn't help, does it, chat? Is there anything small that we can just do? Oh, Prime says he's redone the Trim song music tab on Discord. And we'll have a look at that when we're done streaming, which may be sooner rather than later, unfortunately. I'm just waiting to hear back from Disco, who is probably verbosely swearing at her computer right now. Oh, dearie, dearie, dear. Poor Dinko. Thanks, LG. Funny, usually it's better because the one swearing at the computer. Or Trim. Or Trim's computer. Yeah. The joys of technology, hey folks. Oh dear, what do we have? Do we have anything in challenge mode or something that we can have a look at? I don't know. Yeah, nah, that looks awful. Well, I think we'll go to the break screen again while I try and get in touch with Disco. See you in a bit, guys. Yes, hello, Disco. Welcome back.
Grumble, 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 grumble.
The interesting thing is that was about the same amount of time it took for it to freak out the first time.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know, but we've just grabbed the error log off of it. So Jack's gonna have a look on his computer,
Yeah,
see if he can't figure out what the error is,
helpful to have some backup.
because it is erroring. Something's unhappy.
Very
So
unhappy by the sounds of it because it's not even given any warning, but just bang.
no, it's not even blue screening. It's just like all three monitors just black.
Yeah, that's not great.
But it is giving an error.
Hmm,
So
that's something at least.
I'm not entirely sure how to prevent it. It's either a driver, which would be a bit poo, but would be the easiest fixed.
Hmm.
It could be to do with the new
CPU?
CPU that's in there. It might be that there's not enough power, like the power box needs to be upgraded. Maybe
Hmm.
the motherboard is supposed to be able to run the new hardware, although it is on the upper end of what the motherboard can handle. So that could be potentially. It might need a motherboard update, which would suck.
Oh god, that would be awful.
Yeah,
Ah, dear.
I mean it is. It we did check and it can take it, but it is on the upper cusp of what it can actually manage.
Yeah, how helpful.
We'll have to shake the tip jar a little harder and be like, more new motherboard needs please.
Just set up a counter. Need $10,000 for new computer. Does a new computer cost $10,000? Not really if you DIY it, but $10,000, please, please.
Shake the need new motherboard and PSU fund.
What's this?
Is what?
It's the drivers aren't updated.
The-
Causing a crash. Or it's the graphic card that isn't seated. That's literally what people are saying.
Well, those are two very different things.
Well, that's what it says online.
So it's either the
It says a driver failure. Either your graphics card's not updated or it's the USB dock.
right. Okay.
Hmm.
I'm just going by what I've seen.
Device manager. So
Hmm. Has Nvidia released a new driver?
I mean, I am on an older version of the NVIDIA drivers anyway.
Hmm.
Right. Do update driver on that. Best drivers are already installed. Okay. If you say so.
Prime wants to ask if Disco can write off a new PC as a work expenditure. I don't think Disco makes enough money to write anything off.
Well, probably not whole PC, but piece by piece.
Hmm.
Yeah. If I buy a new piece of hardware, I can write it off as a business expense.
That's good.
That is true.
With the lovely UK tax system.
No, it seems to be. I'm not updating Windows. You can get. Oh,
Oh, my computer
There's
keeps
automatically-
whining at me that
best drivers already installed.
my computer
So
keeps.
apparently, it is my USB hub that upset.
That's strange.
Apparently, allegedly.
Hmm.
But I could probably. Plug it. come here, Basic.
Yeah. Basic's not talking at the moment. Basic's thinking.
I'm trying to choose the USB port.
Hey.
Okay, it's not temperature.
On everything.
Okay, let's see. Oh, that's it.
Okay. Lucky number 3, chat.
Yes.
Lucky number 3.
Disco has unplugged the alleged culprit and
I
fingers
have
crossed.
unplugged the alleged culprit. Apparently, according to the error log, it's either the GPU is not set properly, which, I mean, it would probably be causing a lot more problems if it wasn't, or it was my USB hub. So, the USB hub has been evicted. Everything's now randomly plugged into random USB ports around the PC. It's now spaghetti junction of wires, which makes me really sad. But we'll see if it does the same thing again. Which I hope not, because it makes me sad.
It's not very helpful.
It makes me really sad because, like, we just get going with the stream, we just get chatting, and then the PC's like, bleh.
Yeah, PC just goes bang.
Which I don't expect to happen when I've just put in a. Do you know what we could play? Actually, is it co-op? I think it's co-op.
No, you're not thinking PC Builder Simulator thinking. Is that co-op?
Oh.
Ooh.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say no. No, Craft the World. It's kind of like somewhere between Terraria and Minecraft and.
I think I've heard of Craft the World.
And it's quite
Oh,
good.
I think I've seen Craft the World.
It's very cute.
It is.
I was really enjoying it. It's the kind of art style of Terraria, but it's a bit more like.
Yeah.
And it's very sandboxy, and you can just.
Oh, it's got
the
multiplayer tag.
Come.
Yes, every night monsters come.
So check that one out, because that's a game that I was quite enjoying. So I just seen it come up, and I was like, oh, actually.
It allegedly has multiplayer. Allegedly. Could be fun.
Just a thought. Just a thinking.
We'll have to put that in the list.
Between that kind of Stardew Valley and Construction Simulator, I quite like the sound of, because we could just tism you on one of the tractors, one of the diggers, and you'll just be like, yes. But I think it's quite expensive. Maybe when it goes on.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. While Disco's getting everything loaded, I can have a look.
Ooh,
$50. Yeah, that's Astrogon
There's
Entertainment.
one Like, so it seems like they brought out a new one recently, which looks really good. And then there's an older one that I don't know if it's co-op or not and has older graphics.
The
So
new
maybe
one's
we do
definitely.
the old one first. But I
Maybe.
don't know.
Oh, it was the 2015 one. Yeah. What's that? It says multiplayer in the tags. Oh, fuck off! It's $25 still from 2015.
This is the problem. But it does look like it would definitely like basic citizens.
Yeah, $25.
Right, so we did
Oh.
the Halloween house or all but
Oh, but like
most,
one thing.
Yeah. Bonus jobs. So now we're doing Muckingham files.
Yes.
I guess we will do a food truck. Okay,
Nah.
let's start with the food truck game. I hate you.
Let's have a look on Is There Any Deal and see if Construction Simulator has some actual value somewhere.
I don't know. Like it looked. There's another one coming up. I think it's like Road something, but it's not released yet.
Yeah.
But it's basically like you just go and build roads.
I think that's the one that you saw and went, oh, Bez could like this. One friend has this on their Switches.
No, but probably. But no, the one.
Ah.
I think. Did I put it on my wish list? I might put it on my wish list.
Oh,
But there's one where it's literally just like it's trains, but it's like the train logistics rather than
that'd be
the actual
Mashinki
train.
then.
And I seen that and I read it and I was like, Bezic would really like that. I should tell him about that. And I clicked on it and it's like, never mind, Bezic's already seen it because it's on Bezic's wish list.
The other one is Roadcraft. That looks like it'll be pretty fun. Yeah, I think it's by the Spin Tires crew. So sure. I think it is the Spin Tires guys.
Back and it's like, I'm first this time. I think you may be by yourself now, LGM.
He's very lonely. Cyber Interactive. I'm sure that's the Mud Runner, Snow Runner guys. So that could they do fancy mud physics, so you can get all nice and properly bogged.
It's pretty lonely here. I'm hoping I've fixed the problem now, but
I hope so.
Out when it doesn't crash.
We'll find out in about 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty consistent.
I'm guessing they have. It's sad.
Yeah.
But I've never heard of a USB hub causing major crashes like that.
Not major crashes, but I have had some serious fucking problems with USB hubs before.
These Bezic shares here. They are.
Yes. All four of them.
Exactly. All four. Never mind. It happens.
Yeah.
It's annoying because I just upgraded the hardware. Thank you, computer.
Yeah, that's the real pisser.
The stream should run like butter now because, you know, Ryzen 9 in there. And it's like, you thought wrong.
Bitch, you thought.
You thought. So did you? Well, here you go. You're going to have some crashes anyway.
Yeah. I still have to figure out what's better for me to either start upgrading or just save up and do a new build. Probably do the new build.
Well, I don't know. Because like if you're upgrading, it's eventually going to be a new computer anyway.
Yeah, this is true. But I'm pretty sure I need a new caseless and a steaming piece of shit.
Oh, Grafton's not giving up. He's like, I'm still here, still holding on. We think we found the culprit, Gretchen, and apparently was the USB culprit.
USB drivers can do some weird shit, but yeah.
I mean, it's okay at the moment, darling, but it's been taking consistently about 50 minutes to crash.
50 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see in 50 minutes if you
Yeah.
hear me really
Sorry,
loudly.
resident people. We don't know what's happening. We've looked up the error code, but
Yeah, we'll see. I've evicted who you said was the culprit. Where's the baby?
Prime says to check the CPU slot, Jen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my CPU slots are ancient. It's a pretty old computer. But, so honestly, the fact that it does as well as it is pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
but it's not like you can't upgrade the motherboard, because, I mean, when I upgraded mine, I just put the motherboard in the basket too. At that point, I guess you are kind of replacing the PC.
Well, yeah, at that point, I might as
in
well...
its original case anymore.
Yeah. Although that's what I'm thinking. I might as well, since I'll have to replace so much stuff, it's probably safer to just spend the extra money, get a new case, and whatnot, and then I can just have the PC that's in progress and the one that's actually getting work done.
Yeah.
And then once it's all that's taken care of, then I can get rid of it.
Maybe. I just tend to be like, oh, I'll just get new bits, and then when it kind of outgrows its case, it gets a new case.
Yeah.
It did just get a new case. It's shiny. It has lights on it. It's flashy.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I need to upgrade so many parts. It's like, is it worth it? Might as well just get a new one. So that'll be fun.
What I need to do to it is upgrade it to Windows 11, because I now can't update my latest version of Photoshop because it's like not compatible with Windows 10. I'm like, oh, so I'm gonna have to upgrade to Windows 11. Format the whole thing, because I currently actually do have 2 copies of Windows on this machine on 2 different drives, because my lazy ass couldn't be bothered to format it. And I've just put another hard drive in it for storage, so I'm probably just gonna like move everything onto that new empty hard drive, format everything else, and then kind of reorganize it all with Windows 11 and have 2 big storage drives for all my work and stuff, which is gonna be a job, but it's currently a mess. Was too lazy when I changed from my hard drive to my SSD to actually remove Windows from the old one. No, it's just like, just
you can just sit there, shove it all in there.
Shove it all in. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It runs. Now when I load it up, it's like, what operating system would you like? Would you like Windows 1, Windows 2, or Linux? And I'm like, today we should have Windows 1.
Oh, yeah. I just wish I could get ahead, though. Anytime it looks like there's money coming, it's like, oh, here's this expensive fucking car problem. Oh, thanks. No, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Save me. Just, I thought I had managed to save a tenner the other week. I took it out, put it in my savings pocket, and was like, there we go. I've made the first step. About 2 days later, something came up. I'm like, oh, out it comes.
Yeah.
I was doing so well. I thought I had saved £10, but no, it had to come out to pay for something.
Yeah.
Which is about right in today's day and age. It's like, everybody's paycheck to paycheck, aren't they?
No, that's what we've been talking about with the whole, why aren't people having kids? Oh, gee, I fucking wonder.
I wonder why.
I can't afford to feed the cat, let alone a kid.
For a bit of help when they're having their kids. It's like, oh, you shouldn't have bred them. And it's like, who do you think's going to wipe your ass and pay for your pension when you're older?
And besides, you'd be able to afford that kid if you weren't being robbed of 20% of your bloody income every fucking year. Someone should write an article on that.
I'm fairly sure it's more than 20% by the time we count, like, you've got your income tax, but then you've also got national insurance, which is basically just more income tax, let's be fair.
Yeah.
And I think that's like another 20%. I don't even, like, do the math too hard because it will just make me sad. And then there's, like...
And what I love is that you've got a program for married couples where they can save a whopping £200 a year if one of them's poor on tax.
Hang on, we got a super chat. So now it's again £10 says, must save this one, no spend. Hail King George. And thank you very much. I shall put it in the savings bucket.
How long will it stay in the savings bucket?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully longer than the last one.
Yeah, I've managed to pick up a day's work with the upcoming federal election for a good pay, but it's all going to immediately go in the fucking alternator for my car. Because of course that's having issues.
Do you get as well, like, I remember when I worked in care, we used to get, we had to work sometime over holidays because, you know, old people still need their asses wiped on Christmas.
Yeah.
But you would get double pay for, like, Christmas Day, New Year's Day,
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, Boxing Day. Like, that around then would be double pay. And so you would pick up a few shifts around Christmas and New Year and be like, oh, well, you know, at least a little bit extra money for giving up my holiday. And the taxman would literally be like, oh, I see you earned a bit more this month.
Yeah.
So you're on a higher wage now, are you? And they'd be like, they'd just tan you.
Yeah, it's pretty similar here. It's like, oh, you worked a public holiday this fortnight? Well, if we times that by 26, that puts you in this other tax bracket. Therefore, you get to keep like 10% of the extra money you earn.
And I think if you work, like, if you're, like, working Christmas or New Year and you get extra pay for that, like, the taxman should leave it the hell alone.
They should.
Like, taxman didn't give up his fucking holiday, did he?
No. When I was working in the call centre, because I was working for the unemployment office, there'd be state holidays, and so I'd be working those when it's a public holiday in my state, and at like 10 o'clock, the company started asking, who'd like to go home early? And I'm sitting there going, mate, the phone's ringing every 50 minutes, and I'm getting paid double time because it's a public holiday. I'm sitting my ass right fucking here. I've already I've already spent 2 hours traveling to get here. I'm going to sit on my ass and to take one phone call an hour, but get paid double time.
I'll tell you, the best I ever had was, like, I worked in a hardware store, and occasionally when they opened a new store, they would have people from an old store go and merchandise that store. Stock the whole thing. Just, you go in there before it was open and you just be like, putting the shop together.
Yep.
Well, we went on a Sunday once, and Sunday used to be double pay. So we got paid for the travel there.
Nice.
The whole day. Like, the whole day. And the travel back. At double time. I earned more on that one little trip out where I didn't have to deal with a single customer than I had done for the entire fucking week. I was like, you ever need to store merchandise, you call me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
George, could you stop whatever you're doing to the window? Listen to say.
Is he attempting to escape?
Yes, probably. What bit is not clean, Bezek? Which bit is not clean? It's
A bunch of crap up here.
I don't know if he says I'm doing my part. Yes, you are. We're like halfway to the George video.
Yay! I'm looking forward to the George video.
I mean, shake some jaw. You want George video, you know how to make it happen. Gresham says taxes on payroll on one person here are about 55%.
Good lord.
I mean, I say that, but like, you know, when you talk about you've got the income tax and you've got the national insurance, which is separate on top of that,
Yeah,
and then you've got council tax, which, I mean, you're basically paying that just to be alive in the area. And then there's all the right cat, please. Cat, please. Thank you.
there's cat.
Then there's a tax on everything you buy, tax on your savings. So if you manage to save any of it, then you're gonna get taxed on it. It's dissing.
Yep, and if you
disheartening.
and if you do manage to save $10 before you die, the tax man will take that.
Yeah. It's all those social systems, taxes, income taxes. Oh, it does. It really does. And then the social systems may not be they may not be quite so bad if you didn't end up paying for a lot of people who weren't paying into them too. You know, you can't. I keep saying you can't have open borders.
You want to hear
systems.
some numbers, Disco? In 1990, the Australian population was 17 million. It is now 29 million. We have gained 10 to 12 million people in 30 years. And now they're all going, well, why don't we have enough houses? Oh, gee, I fucking wonder.
I know, we keep getting told there's a housing crisis, there's not enough houses. But at the same time, we're also not replacing ourselves.
They're replacing us for us.
A falling birth rate. Okay, then how do we not have enough houses?
Yep. How can we be below? How can we have been below replacement rate for 40 years and somehow still not have enough houses? And it's almost as if there's another cause of population increase. In Australia, that other cause is 83% of the population growth. But if you say anything about it, racismus!
I wouldn't mind the money for the socialized services if I could actually get into them when I need them.
And they'd fuck off when you don't, yeah.
Like, we needed a dentist the other month. And every dentist, you put them up and they're like, we're not even taking people for the waiting list. Like,
yeah.
We're not even going to take your name and call you when there's a plague. Like, good luck.
Yeah, seems about right. But hey, we can send $1 billion worth of crap to Eastern Europe. I love not having dental on the Medicare system here, but we can send billions of dollars overseas.
I'm just showing up for you.
Oof, dentists not covered here by social systems, expensive as hell. Like, I think most people are kind of forced into going private now because you just can't get registered. And even people who were registered during the great illness.
The great work from homing, yep.
It's like a lot of people seems to have got deregistered from their dentist because they weren't like going in for checkup because
they weren't allowed to.
I did manage to get the little one into a dentist, like registered, but I had to get her registered at my mum's dentist in Scotland.
Yeah.
We had to give them her address and be like, can we register her here? Because there are no dentists where we are. Oh, you need dentists? That will 2 years.
Yeah, here...
If you can even get on a waiting list.
Yeah. Here, the public dentists are funded by the states rather than the federal government. And yeah, it's like a minimum 2-year waiting list for anything other than you are pissing out blood right now.
Hmm.
Yes, George.
You know, no wonder people are complaining about our NHS. You know, people are having to get treated on trolleys and hallways because there's no beds.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure
What
they
the-
love it when they can't get into one of the NHS hospitals, and then when they look through the door, they can see a whole bunch of people who should be being treated by a hospital system somewhere else.
Hmm. And I think it was Harrian's missus. I'm sure was um posting images on Twitter where she was like in a cupboard. She's like, "This is my room, the cupboard."
She got a cupboard? Wow.
They were in a cupboard. I'm sure it was her.
Oh, there we go. That's one level down.
Here, dentist and eye doctor for a visit is like $50. I think if you have to go private for the dentist, you might get temporary filling for $50. If you're lucky, like they might just like kind of plug it up with a temporary filling for $50.
Yeah. It's at the point where I'm actually considering getting health insurance for like just a year, so I can get a whole bunch of dental work done, and then ditch it.
I don't blame you. Like, I've considered that myself of just getting health insurance and being like, you know what, I don't think that I can rely on the NHS. The thing that pisses me off is that you can't opt out of paying for it. Though.
No. Like here in Australia, if you earn a certain amount of money and don't have private health insurance, your tax bill goes up. Which, like, cool, fine, but I'm never going to earn that much, so whatever.
It's annoying though.
So it's like,
allegedly, we need basic cam.
oh dear.
Basic cam.
Yeah, I love not being able to afford for Basic to have healthcare, but we can afford to increase the population by 70% over 30 years. An absolutely phenomenal population increase. Oh, and Disco's gone. That took a long time. Turns out it's not the USB hub. Well, so much for that. So much for Bezicam. Oh dear, so much for the USB hub, folks. Oh dear. Holy crap. Garage rooms like Dennis, minimum 150 years for simple fix, 300 to 500 euros for one tooth. Minimum salary is 860 euros. Yeah, something ridiculous, isn't it? Oh dear. Well. I think Gisco's going to have to do some intense troubleshooting. Yeah, probably going to be a short one, I imagine. Oh dear. I wonder what Trim's doing. Oh dear. Primes, wonder how long until they reserve 20% of hospital beds just for diversity. I'm pretty sure they've already done that in some places. Trim's not on the boat yet, LGM. He's heading off this week sometime. So he won't be on the next Sultans. But, yeah, he's leaving sometime this week. Ah, dearie me. This guy's computer is very much forked, folks. Ah, dear. Yeah, I think Disco's going to have to, like, possibly pull parts out and things to fix the computer for this, so that's fun, isn't it? So I don't know if we'll be able to come back from this. I will wait until the Disco messages me, though, before I go and make any silly decisions. Yeah, I hope Trim enjoys your song too. I hope I enjoy your song when I get the chance to listen to it. Hold on. Do we have a... listen to that. Yes, I do, but no. Trim's apparently doing a recording. Yes, a salute to the Disco PC. Oh dear. Well, I do not know, folks. Haven't heard from Disco yet. But she has come back online, so that's a bonus. I imagine Disco's going to be very upset with her PC, because I know I am. It's not exactly helpful to the whole streaming situation. Ah, dear. Poor Disco. Disco desperately needs the income from the streams. Oh, dear. That's it. It's dead. Well, folks. Uh, what's up, Prime? Prime says he had reverges to NVIDIA drives from last fall to not flicker his screens. Yeah, I wonder what's going on, because Disco's had to pop parts in and out, so I don't know. Maybe it's a new CPU being stupid. Maybe it doesn't like OBS or something. Then again, it could be drivers doing the encoding for OBS. It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. Well, bums. Right, what do we got? While we wait for Disco. Let's try challenge mode. What's something teensy-tiny? We'll try... Here we go. We need to clean the van using the least amount of water possible. So let's give that a try while we wait for Disco. Okay, here we go. Yeah, CPUs are an absolute pain to change. So, here's the van, and it's going to count how much water we've used. I haven't done a challenge before, so let's see. Oh, good lord, it's using water really quickly. Wow. Yeah. Wow. I'm not... That's a lot of water real quick, isn't it? Only use 15 litres to get gold on this? Yeah, righto, mate. That's going to work out well. It took 1.5 litres just to do most of the roof. What, does the yellow nozzle use less or more, or what? It's hard to tell which uses less or more. It seems to use it about the same rate. So I do not know. There's probably a trick to this, so I bet I haven't looked up any guides to be able to tell. Very clean, yeah. It's definitely a challenger, right, isn't it? Oh, dearie me. Let's see how badly we do. Why is that still so dirty? Yeah, that's the issue. You have to know which brush to go over it with, which nozzle to go over it with to start with. Well, that's the door done. Is the door handle done yet? Apparently it's like, oh, that window's still freaking dirty. That's unreal. You used 5 litres of water already, so definitely not getting gold on this challenge. There's the wheel. Come on, get clean. That's one. Bumper. Yeah, it's going to be water rate by area clean, but you can see in the top right how it's counting. It's just doing a water flyweight calculation, I think. It's probably doing something really simple, like just counting how long the nozzle's turned on. So, I don't know, maybe it needs something super short bursts like this to make sure you're getting the maximum efficiency. Which is fun. Oh dear. Still no sign of Disco, so she's probably getting very angry at the computer now. Which is very much understandable. I'd be getting very angry at it too if I was her. Oh dear. That's a tyre down. Let's do another tyre. Hubcap's super dirty. God, I can't... do people actually play this challenge mode seriously? I mean, I know people like some weird things, but this just seems boring as balls. Replaying the same level over and over to get... like, a level this simple over and over to get a lower freaking amount of water spent. That's... I certainly wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't trying to chat to you guys. Yeah, PC out the window, Grind. That's the solution. Yeah. Oh dear. And now for the back of the van. Oh dear. Poor Disco. She's having a fucking horrible year. Oop. Oh, for fuck's sake, get off. It must be using the weakest power wash we've got to clean. Yeah, that's probably exactly what's happening using the weakest power washer. Mold everywhere. Oh dear. So it's definitely doable getting under the 15 litres, but my god, it sounds like a pain to learn how to do that. Get all this washed off, eh? Oh dear. It's definitely got to be a better way of doing this than whatever it is I'm doing. Yeah, that's true, Prime. People will speedrun anything. Don't really understand the appeal for some games, because it's got to be so repetitive. No, I imagine it's the thrill of the chase. Must like gambling or something. Oh dear. Oh, I'm not going to be close. I'm going to be close-ish to the gold. That's going to annoy me. Yeah, I can kind of see if you're close, you you're going to want to get closer and closer and closer. Well, we're definitely not getting gold, at least, so that's something. Okay, so just the bonnet, the windscreen, and the wing mirrors. Oh, that's rough. We're going to get silver, at least. Yeah. Whole 5 litres to get to silver, so we're pretty close. But, given how long it's taken for Disco to come back, I'm going to message Disco shortly, once we're done with the windscreen here, and see if there's any signs of life, and if not, we'll probably call it. It's just, it's disappointing. I was having fun on some of the levels. There we go. That's how well that challenge went. Hello, Disco. Are you alive yet? I can see a Disco in a voice channel, but I cannot hear a Disco.
Let's try this. One more bloody... George, get down.
I can now hear a Disco.
Let's try this one more time. I think something's crashing with the graphics card. By the looks of the error log, it's definitely the graphics card that's having a wobbler. So I have switched streaming. I switched OBS to rely on that shiny new CPU. Taking out the hardware encoding. Could you stop playing raspberries on me?
Apparently not.
Why are you not in bed yet? Yeah, so I tried to take some of the strain off of that GPU onto the CPU. But I don't know. George, stop playing with the wires. Go away. Shoo. Or I'll kick your bloody bum. So I'm not entirely sure what's wrong with that GPU. It could be that it needs an upgrade on the power box with having all that fancy new stuff in it. Or it could be the new drivers are poo.
Or a combination of the above. But yeah, you've got what? A new CPU and water cooling.
To the people who are now probably not waiting anymore. We are back again.
No, yes, we have a baby and Bezik's chat.
Let's try one last time. One last time. If it goes off again, I'm just gonna call it a day. Go and cry.
That sounds like both sounds like good choices.
It's gonna go and cry. Yeah. Well, I think the stream should be okay on the CPU because the CPU is really good now, so it can take some of that strain.
Yeah,
but that GPU should be more than capable of running what it's running.
Done it for like 2 years
now.
3 years.
But it's a good GPU.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's either it maybe needs reseated, that could be an issue, or the new drivers are poo, or it's not quite getting enough power. It will need investigations.
Yes, it will need daytime investigations. We're not trying to...
George! No way are you walking behind the computer in the wires.
Oh no. The next crash will be George's fault.
Chat does not fund enough George time for you to be doing that. I am back on the stream now, Darlene.
It could be a driver.
Yeah.
It could be the BIOS driver, or it could be the GPU driver.
Did you update my drivers?
I had to for the thing.
Okay, because I was running an older version because it was having crashes on the new version.
Oh no, I didn't. I haven't updated you.
Could you take this? Because it's on the latest version. Because I just tried to upgrade it, and
maybe you need to downgrade it then.
I might need to roll it back because I was previously having crashes. I don't even. What were we doing? We were doing the Muckingham Falls?
Yeah, Muckingham Falls.
Yes, we were. The satellite dish.
Yes.
Sorry, chat.
Oh no. Oh, we only just got started at least.
Yeah. I will, I'll try rolling that driver back when we're not streaming.
Hmm. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I think of. I'm going through all the problem files and forums, and they're saying different things.
It does definitely seem to be the GPU, though.
Well, the USB hub's definitely been ruled out.
I don't think it's the power or the motherboard, because it would have crashed instantly, I'm assuming.
Well, it's definitely not the power, the USB hub, because it's not plugged in anymore.
Yeah, no, I know that.
So that could go back in. I can have no wire
organization
back.
Tristan's popped in and says we should power wash the radio telescope from the last stage of GoldenEye 007. Is that the Nintendo 64 game?
software, I think.
Oh dear. Yeah. Well, we're going to power wash this radio telescope for now, at least.
Oh, we're gonna try. My PC depending.
Yes, I think if it crashes again, we should probably call it, because I think we're all starting to get a bit salty at the PC.
I am a bit salty at the PC. Like, the first time Jack had come through, because I'm like, he came through and he's like, what's wrong? I'm like, and then I'm like, I hope the microphone's not still on, because like sometimes if it's a graphics driver crash, then it's just the visuals that go off, and I'm like,
Prime's off to bed. Night, Prime.
Good night, Primed.
Hugo and Blade have joined us.
Yay! Everybody else was running away and giving up.
It's not, the baby is not to blame for the crashes. Neither is George.
Yeah.
This time.
It seems to be. I don't know. I just upgraded a bunch of stuff in the PC, so we put in a new CPU, a new water cooling system. We had to upgrade the. We had to upgrade the BIOS on the motherboard, because apparently it doesn't update itself. It had to be manually updated.
Mm-hmm.
And now it seems a little upset about something, and just keeps turning itself off randomly, which we seem to have narrowed down to it being an error with the graphics card, which was one of the things we didn't actually touch. So probably it could be a driver. It might
maybe it got bumped. Maybe it got bumped accidentally, or something. Who knows?
I mean, Jack was in there for hours, so he might just need to dig it out and make sure it's seated properly.
Or maybe, maybe it's like a Nintendo 64 cartridge. You need to pull it out and blow on it.
Could be.
Which, to be fair, was just technically a seating issue, but it's funny.
He did make me laugh, because he looked at my RAM and he's like, I don't think your RAMs is in the right slot. And I was like, I know my RAMs is not in the right slot. I was like, but you can take them out and put them in the right slots if you want, and then you can turn it back off and put them back in the wrong slots when you realize they don't work in the right slots.
Is your RAM temperamental?
Something wrong. Well, I'm not sure. I think it's actually the motherboard. I wish I kind of realized at the time, because I bought the RAM after I bought the motherboard. That I think those slots just don't work, because every time I put them in those slots, it won't boot.
Oh, lovely.
Like, okay, well, those are the slots that they're supposed to be in, and it doesn't boot. So I do get a little bit of a whinge from it every now and again. It's like, you could put the RAM in the other slot and they would work better. And I'm like, yeah, if they worked at all. I said, you can take them out and put them in the right slots if you like, and then when you give up, you can put them back where you found them.
No, it's a lot like that.
He's like, no, I'll just leave them. That's like a very Scottish motherboard. Yeah, they have never worked in those slots. In hindsight, it's probably a fault with the board and probably should have been sent back. But I'm impatient and I wanted it then, and it was working. And so
working enough.
They are in the wrong slots. The motherboard will probably end up being the next thing to be upgraded, I would think, anyway. Motherboard and power, and then shelling out for another GPU eventually.
Oh god, those are so expensive.
I know, I bought mine at the time where they were super duper expensive too.
And that...
Fairly sure it cost me the best part of $1,000.
Oof. Yeah. I should check what mayonnaise got in it, and then you'll laugh at me.
I mean, it's not a bad one. It's just it's starting to date itself now.
And because all new games are poorly optimized by morons, you need more and more powerful hardware to keep up with the more and more crappy games. Especially with people who don't
having a problem with this game. We definitely shouldn't be having problems.
No, there shouldn't be, but somehow your computer's managed it.
Well, I don't know. I think it's just there must be a driver issue. But I'm hoping just taking that little bit of strain off it and saying, like, you don't worry about the streaming, you just worry about running the game.
Yeah.
Should
that
drive a bit more
if that could at least get us through today's recording session, that'd be sufficient.
And then I'll have to remember to turn it back because I like the hardware assisted
yes.
streaming.
What do we got over here? Apparently we got a caravan. It's an adventure caravan.
It says kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty, kitty.
Kitty's running around somewhere.
Blade says I'm looking to buy my first tower in ages. What you eyeing up, Blade? What kind of spec are we eyeing up?
Oh. So Blade knows exactly what I'm talking about when I say that Australian PC part prices are absolute fucking bullshit. Found the 9.
Have you found the cat?
I haven't seen any cats yet.
They kind of stopped putting the cat in everywhere.
Yeah, yes, very sad. Apparently we only have the tower to get up on things. No ladder. Alternatively, Bezic being blind is also a possibility.
No steppy stool. I'm disappointed.
Yes. Oh, Lord. Speaking of games in general, Keymailer has been working out great for me, even with the tinsy amount of subscribers I've got.
I did put my name down for a couple of keys, but to be fair, they were a little bit of an ambitious ask.
Yeah.
But it doesn't hurt to ask, because if I don't ask, I definitely won't get them.
I could probably get 4 or 5 keys a week if I accepted keys for garbage. As well.
I suppose that's an option. Like, if we can't think of anything to stream, we just be like, right, let's just have a look and see what we're being offered that might be suitable, and just have a little bit of a bargain bin.
Yeah. Then again, we could potentially always do a co-pilot driven thing where one person plays, and we could look at some of the absolute trash. South of Midnight was one of the keys that I could request. So I'm like, but I wouldn't play that unless someone paid me.
As long as it can play Space Marine 2 and have enough grunt to play Space Marine 3, well, when it comes out in a few years, then happy days. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Not too high.
Yeah. Not terribly high. I definitely want a new computer. I think I'm definitely being throttled by, like, CPU and RAM. RAM's an easy fix, but CPU, it's like, well, if I needed one new CPU, then I need a new motherboard, and then I need all this other crap, and at which point it's like, build a computer.
I sent you the picture of mine the other week, where I was like, I was rendering, and the CPU just sat on 100%. The PC is like, nope, I'm not doing nothing else. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Guess we're just gonna.
One thing I like
It's
about
just gonna
my program
not
is
do
that it
anything.
uses it has GPU accelerated encoding, and it's like, oh
It
my
does.
god, so
This
handy. Oh,
does
that's
have
with it.
that was
Holy
with
crap!
the CPU was bottlenecking the GPU. Like
Wow.
it couldn't offload enough onto the GPU. The GPU was sat there going, "Hi, like send me some stuff," and the CPU is like, "I'm trying."
Wow,
That's how
that's
I knew I
bad.
needed a new CPU.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the
when you need a
CPU
CPU.
is the bottleneck. It can't. Yeah. So now it can actually offload some onto the GPU. GPU is sitting at about 10%, just like I can take more.
Yeah. Rendering is such great fun, and I don't even do... I'm slowly working my way up to more and more fancy things, but for just basic cutting and exporting... Can someone shoot that fucking bird? For basic editing, even my shitty rig can render that out with not much hassle.
Sometimes it's when I've been doing quite a lot of kind of After Effects stuff, and I've got it kind of doing calculations, and it's repeating things, and I haven't keyframed everything. I've been like, just loop this like for the next 10 minutes, and it's like, all right, now rendering. It's like estimate time 12 hours. Well, off to bed we go.
Yeah, well, that is one good thing. Rendering time is not work time. One thing I like, I don't know if Premiere or whatever it is does this, but Resolve will let you put a bunch of things in the render queue, a bunch of different project files entirely in the render queue, and then you can just press the button, go to bed.
Yeah, you have to download the media encoder, but yeah, you can queue everything up on there from different programs too. So you could have like After Effects, and then you could have like the main video queued as well. So it's just like it just works.
Nice.
Unfortunately, sometimes if it crashes in the middle of the night and you've had like hours and hours worth of rendering queued up, you're real sad in the morning.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Come for it, right? All my stuff. It's like, oh, what point did you crash? Please tell me you crashed near the end of the queue.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
Although we just put a new CPU in Jack's as well, so I may be borrowing his for some rendering. I'll be like, you're not on it right now. It's being used for rendering. It is my render bitch.
Just set up a render farm.
Why is it called the Last Bath? It's Bezik's Last Bath because there's nothing else to power wash after this.
Yeah, this is the end of the power washing. So we desperately need new games.
Else next week. I don't think we should do Craft the World, maybe, or
if it's got co-op, it does look pretty nice.
It does have co-op.
Oh, in that case,
I assume it's like the traditional co-op. I know there's some where you can kind of go into multiplayer and join random people for like things, but I think it also has traditional multiplayer in it too, like co-op.
Cool. Well, we'll have to have a look, but I mean, yeah, there's so much trash on Keymailer where people are like, please advertise in the game. It's like, cool, let's go bin diving.
Yeah, we could go bin diving. I'll maybe put a poll up at some point, like should we play Craft the World, start.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll ask the few people in.
Yes.
I'm assuming my PC can manage a poll as well.
Ooh.
Ooh, there's an option for a Q&A. I mean, they could just ask questions in the...
Yeah, I've never understood the Q&A feature. Does that like let people in chat upvote questions or something?
Maybe. I don't know, I've never tried it. But I wouldn't mind Dungeons 4, but I don't have it for starters. And I believe it's quite spendy at the moment. Maybe when it goes on sale.
And Bezic accidentally played the campaign already.
I played some of it because it was on Game Pass for a while.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Tristan asks, have you cleared all the Portal 2 co-op? No. Portal 2 co-op might be nice one day when Baby is less demanding. But while Baby is demanding, Disco needs to be able to drop the controls, grab Baby, and not have me standing there staring at her character going, need a portal, bitch.
Stardew Valley. What was the other one? Dinkum? Oh, can we? We can't have that many options.
Really? That's poo.
Okay, well you can put other options in the chat. Because apparently I can only put 4 on them. So we've got Cracker Roll, we've got Stardew Valley, we've got Dinkum, we've got bin diving.
Nice. Garajum says Life is Medieval now has co-op map. Ooh.
Life is what?
Life is Medieval. Do you mean Life is Feudal? Because I think that's like it. It's medieval 3D RimWorld.
Oh yeah. I don't have that, but I know Jack does. So I could play it on Family Share.
Yeah.
Is it going? It's going medieval, isn't it?
Oh, going medieval. That's it.
We could. Yeah, that's an option.
Yeah.
Medieval Dynasty. You said you meant. Going medieval on a co-op mode?
I think Medieval Dynasty has co-op. I think the other ones in the series have co-op as well. So it's a possibility.
It's quite enjoying that. I think it's Stranded, Alien Dawn, but I don't know if it has co-op. But I was really enjoying that. I was playing that a little while ago. That's quite chill too. Well, until everybody dies of starvation. But...
Yeah.
Medieval Dynasty is on Game Pass. I'm not averse to something on Game Pass because I do have Game Pass, so we could play something on it. I think they took Dungeons 4 off of it though.
Boo. Dungeons 4 is probably a bit too heavy for a baby writer
There is
streaming.
Farming Simulator on there, but
that's overpriced crap, and it runs at about 1 frame a second on my computer.
Yeah, but what you don't understand is it's on the Game Pass for free.
Yes, and it's not even worth that much.
George, what are you doing?
Losing his tiny
No,
little
don't
mind.
stand on the PC. It's already fragile. You knock it and it turns off. I'm gonna throw you out the window.
Medieval Dynasty could be an option.
Hugo
If we
says... What did Hugo say? Where's it gone? As I said, blame baby. Well, she does make things a little bit more difficult. Right, come away from the computer. I don't care if you're hungry. I don't want it to crash again because you've touched it.
Silly kitty.
She does make it a little bit more difficult because occasionally she's like, I want mama. And I want mama now. And I'm going to scream until I get mama. Although she is slowly getting better. On yesterday, when I was on Sultan's, she actually fell asleep on Daddy, which was
very helpful.
An improvement. He sent a picture. He's like, oh, she's having a nap on me.
Aw. Sleepy baby is helpful baby. Sleeping rather than sleepy. Sleepy baby is really upset about the whole concept of napping.
She actually quite liked that. She's just like, well, you need to lie down and cuddle with me though if I'm gonna have a nap though, right? Right?
Yeah. We'll definitely have to spend another week doing some research.
What we got? We got Dinkum is currently winning with 50%. 1 vote for Craft the World, 1 vote for bin diving.
I like the concept of bin diving because the price tag is more suitable.
I do like the price tag on bin diving. Until you get a developer who's like, you talked about politics while you were streaming my game.
I know, it sucks for you. Oh, that's your problem, not us saying that your game's a steaming pile of shit and anyone who pays for it's an idiot.
Some of them might not be.
Yeah, but I'll play them as real videos. But yeah, there's a lot of poo on there that people want you to play. And sometimes it's like, sure, why not? Actually, what I did manage to make out like a bandit on was Ship Graveyard Simulator DLC. So I was surprised they gave that to me, but then again, it might be because I already had all the other DLCs and the game in my library.
That's probably why.
They probably looked at it's like, oh, it's a small channel, don't know if we'll give it. Look at the library, it's like, oh, this idiot's already bought all our other DLC. Yeah, fuck it, we'll give it to him in my own video. He'll actually play it.
Well, at least he'll actually play it, yeah. We don't have to give him the whole game, we just have to give him the DLC.
Yeah. Because I think they do look at us like, what's the likelihood that this person will actually play it and record it? It's like, well, the asshole that's already put like 60 hours into the base game, they'll probably actually make a video.
I didn't get offered the DLC for this.
Hmm.
I'm definitely going to put down for number 2 when it comes out.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Look how much time I spent streaming the original game.
Yep. Like, it would actually be well worth it for them to give us keys. We've put 120 hours into the fucking game.
Yeah, and most of that has been on stream, I think.
Yep. Blade and Garjum are talking about AMD.
Yeah, so I see. I'm just going to have a quick peek at the temperature, which is currently not running. Show me the temperature, please.
Yeah. Do you guys in chat know how AMD is for video editing? Because the software I use, NVIDIA has a lot of built-in encoding stuff for video, so it makes an hour of a CPU encoding take 5 minutes. It's very handy for that.
It's not that hot. It's definitely not an overheating issue, which is good because they just put water cooling in it.
Yeah. Oh,
I've been up there.
Blade says Australia tax is real. Oh my god, it really is. Freaking hard computer, even software in Australia is somehow more expensive. But the hardware, computer hardware, is just disgusting. Like, I hear people in America going, oh, I built a really cool gaming rig for $1,000. And I'm sitting here going, the fucking CPU you used alone costs more than that.
Dinkum and bin diving are now neck and neck.
Oh, nice.
I wonder how upset the people who give us the keys that we call when we call the series bin diving.
Well, they should have made not shit games.
Why did you say it was bin diving? I mean, we literally just going through all the free keys, mate. Bargain bin shopping.
Yeah. Well, I plan to, if we do bin diving, still continue my ongoing series of looking at the games, but that's for stuff that's not obviously trash.
Oh well, I'm not necessarily looking for something that's obviously trash, because I don't want something trash. But
yeah.
like,
Some
let's
of
just
it could
give
be
some
fun.
of the freebies
Yeah.
a go. And
Yeah, this is true. Tristan asks, why is software more expensive? Are you Australian dollar tax? No, it's just the Australia tax. For some reason, for years, software in Australia has cost more even after you do the currency conversion. Even after the currency conversion, software in Australia has cost more. Like, games used to be a big one. So
I suppose it really does you well to get off of key sites then.
Oh, frickin' oath. It's not as bad as it used to be. The regional pricing on Steam's not as bad as it used to be, but yeah, it used to be we'd get absolutely ripped
Probably
off.
because of the key sites, because you're like, well, I'll just buy it off of a key site who's bought it from a different region.
Yeah, pretty much. No, screw you, I'll just buy an American copy. LGM said...
Road Trigger also has co-op.
Ooh, that's kind of tempting.
It does, and I did buy Jack a copy for, I think I bought him it for Valentine's Day. Is it Valentine's Day I bought him it for? I bought him it for something. And,
Though, I don't know. I like, Trim's got a Divinity Original Sin playthrough going with Rosa, and I can't even watch it. So I don't know how I'd go playing a RPG like that with another person. It's like, but you're making the wrong choice! Just screaming at Trim, even though he's not even listening to me, because he's off streaming with Rosa. They're making the wrong choice, Trim, damn it! Trista says you can't ask a VPN to say you're from California. Yeah, that's what we used to do to get around it. Like, the companies that look to see would try and get around that, especially Steam. A lot of people would get banned for doing shit like that. But yeah, I think that
paying like above the fucking normal price.
Yeah. No, I didn't forget your comment, LGM. I'm getting back to it. It just wasn't relevant to the conversation. LGM says maybe Bez and Disco can do the challenger mode on Ethnoguesser. Well, we're already planning to do that on Sultan's 200.
Look, my guess from most of them was London, and I still don't think I was wrong.
You're probably not wrong. But
London, Birmingham.
Yep. Yeah. No, if Disco is available for Sultan's 200, you can have Disco will be playing it with us.
I don't know, when is 200?
Like 4 or 5 weeks, though.
Probably. I have no idea what's happening with the move, mind you, at this point.
Blade says Australia has the highest number of pirates per capita. The Australia tax is why. Yep. It's true. Australia has a massive amount of pirates. Because people refuse to pay more than the US conversion. For obvious reasons. Exactly. Like, it's so bad that it's a documented phenomenon. LGM says he loves how everyone immediately got the Central Australian phenotype. The second that picture loaded up, yep, we know where that is.
Pretty funny, but it's like, I know that guy.
And Basic's like, hey, that's the arsehole that stole me hubcaps. I think that was veiled enough for Susan
This
Chu.
place, it makes sense for how dirty it gets, as it takes a strong winds and wet dirt blow from the layer of dirt. Yeah.
Yeah, this place actually makes sense to be covered in dirt. It's in the middle of the desert.
I'm not sure why it makes sense for us to be power washing it. Just
I
don't get
mean,
dirty again.
well, it probably does interfere with the ability to receive signals. So I think places like this do have ongoing maintenance. But I don't know if they just use a commercial power washer on the fucking dish.
I mean, it would probably just fill up with water.
Well, it depends what it is. Some of them have slits and gaps, and some are mesh, like the, what was it, Arecibo before it collapsed was mostly mesh and things, I think. But, yeah, it could be fun.
Happy.
And then again, a lot of these can turn to near horizontal as well. Like the Parkes Radio Telescope here in Australia can turn until the rim is actually almost touching the ground.
I think bin diving are still neck and neck.
Nice. Either of those is good. We can talk.
I mean, think it was just one of these kind of cute little games. It's a
Hmm.
lot like Stardew Valley, I think. It's 3D and more like Australia Sim. Although I don't
Yes.
think it's quite as deadly.
No, I didn't gather from what I've seen about that was a proper Australia survival sim.
No, not survival.
No, but it doesn't seem to have any terribly aggressive enemies. Or any aggressive
Some of
enemies.
them will eat you.
Oh,
No,
some of them will eat you?
Some of them will try and eat you,
Excellent. So that's Australia then.
yeah.
Dear.
So sand and dirt getting insensitive gear is a problem, as some machinery in the desert need regular cleaning to get rid of any fine sand particles that affect performance.
Hmm.
There.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Does the power washing not do damage though?
Yeah, they probably don't use a power washer. Then again, some stuff might. Depends how well they build it. Oh,
Why is Blade?
Well, why is
acting-
Blade effing at us? I still see a disco. Yeah, I still see a disco stream.
Okay, not for LGM. It must be a personal.
To be fair,
Like
Blade's
it's me.
Australian, and we have internet that is sub-third world. There are third world countries that have better internet than Australia.
Blade's like, never mind, it's me.
Yeah. Tristan says that the Curiosity rover lasted 12 years on Mars without power washing. Yeah, that's true.
I think didn't we power wash that last week?
We did, actually.
Yeah, we power washed that last week.
Because it had been enclamped by the locals for parking in the wrong spot. Oh, dear. No, Disco hasn't shut off yet, so that's a good sign. Behave, computer, behave.
Don't tempt me.
Oh, well,
Never mind it.
Uh,
I'm just gonna keep my fingers and toes crossed that offloading some of it onto the CPU will make it happy for long enough to complete.
yeah, that would be preferable.
Just limp it along.
Marco asks, would Australia's internet be improved with the use of a carrier pigeon? Not... when it comes to large downloads, probably. Micro SD cards can store a lot of data these days. The pings... Because that's the issue with IP over avian carrier, which is what it's actually called. But there is like an RFC for it. A joke one, but an RFC nonetheless. So the throughput is pretty good, because you can transmit like a terabyte of data in one go, but the ping's horrific and the packet loss is catastrophic. I'm going to throttle that fucking bird.
Do you have a birdie?
There is a very loud in-game bird that keeps going off in my ears.
In-game bird?
Yep.
I don't hear an in-game bird.
Huh.
Oh no. Why did I hear it?
Yeah.
It's really quiet though. You must be able to turn it down.
Probably.
It's pretty quiet for me.
Oh.
LGM says, yes, I did warn them not to park it outside my house.
Damn Martians. LGM says, throttle that bird like Trim with the seagulls. Yeah. Blade says if Australia had first world internet, we honestly would go from most pirates per capita to just most pirates total. Possibly. Like, Australia never really had the reduction in piracy, in television and movie piracy, from Netflix that a lot of other countries did, because stupid licensing deals meant that our Netflix libraries were always crap. So we always had more pirates.
Can you not, like, VPN it? Like, apparently when everybody tries to sell me a VPN, they're like, oh, you can input a different country in your VPN and watch their Netflix library. I'm like, I'm really sure Netflix loves you telling people that.
Well, Netflix is constantly fighting with these companies, blocking IP addresses. So, in theory, yes, but then they'll block a server and then you'll have to use a different one, etc., etc. But I stopped paying for Netflix when they decided they wanted to turn into Nonsflix.
I'm really surprised that Netflix has crushed the VPN stuff heavily. I'm quite surprised that they didn't start taking legal action, because it's like, obviously they did that for a reason, whatever the reason may be. I guess they only had the rights to stream things in certain countries or whatever, but like, telling people how to get around their country blog, like, I'm really surprised they didn't wind up taking legal action against people who were advertising it. Like, I feel like I would have been quite apprehensive to, if I was doing a sponsorship deal, to advertise that element of it and be like, right, okay, but like, I'm literally telling people how to break their terms of service.
Yeah. What else? Blade says also Game of Thrones is only on cable TV. God, our cable TV was shit. And now there's like, what, 37 streaming platforms?
I very rarely actually watch proper TV. Well, I don't watch any TV that is like terrestrial TV, because it's all pay, and I'm not paying the TV license for it. But even like streaming services, there might occasionally be something that comes up that I'm like, yeah, I'll watch that, or a movie on Prime, because I'm paying Prime anyway to get.
Oh, speaking of Prime, if you pay for Prime, check out Prime Gaming. There's a bunch. You can get a lot of decent free games on that.
Oh really?
Yes.
Oh, I'll have a look.
And I mean actually decent games. They're older ones usually, but you can get some decent ones. A lot of them activate on Good Old Games. Some more activate on Epic, so I don't get those. But you can get quite a few good old games on Good Old Games. Thanks, Brian. Very good.
I will have a look at that. I didn't know that. That sounds pretty good.
But yeah, you can get some expensive games for free from that.
Ooh, we'll definitely have a look at that. That is, in fact, my favorite price tag.
Your favorite price tag is free. Oh, let me check what's on Prime Gaming at the moment, real quick. Prime Gaming.
Link. I haven't even looked. I knew that they did music and photos. We've got like Amazon Photos, like Amazon Music. I don't know about gaming.
Yeah. It's just gaming.amazon.com for anyone in chat who's listening. What's in there at the moment? Endless Space Definitive Edition, Dread Out 2, God's Trigger on Good Old Games, Minecraft Legends for PC and Xbox, Paleo Pines, which looks like kid-friendly version. It looks like Ark for Kids or Stardew Valley with dinosaurs, one of the two. Session Skate Sim on Epic Games. There you go. Wolfenstein: The Old Blood on PC. Let's Build a Zoo on Epic Games. Mortal Shell on Epic. Legacy of Kain Defiance on Good Old Games. Nahale Books Dungeon Master on Good Old Games. Bioshock Infinite Complete Edition is available on Good Old Games.
Yeah, reset driver.
I'm not doing anything with the drivers right now.
Yeah.
I'm streaming.
You've also got, at the moment, Mafia 3 Definitive Edition on Good Old Games, Game Deck Definitive Edition on Good Old Games, Deus Ex Invisible War, Good Old Games, Mafia 2 Definitive Edition, Saints Row the Third Remastered, Dark Deity Complete Edition, all just sitting there for free, because if you already pay for Prime.
Free is good.
Free is my favourite price
Free
though.
is perfect.
Because I'm already paying for the next day
All
delivery,
the free
so
ones.
why not get free
Yeah,
games?
same here. Same here.
Gadgem says he heard they want now streaming tax in the UK now on all streaming services. Of course they fucking do.
They want to. I don't think they've done it yet, but they wanted to. A while ago, they wanted to add it on to everybody's broadband bill as like an extra tax, and that got kind of batted away. Like, no, you're not taxing, like adding a BBC tax onto everybody's broadband, because their argument was, but they'll be able to watch our stuff through the internet. They didn't quite get away with that. So now they're eyeing up people who are paying for streaming services. They want to add money onto that and have a chunk of that. I was like, well, I don't use Netflix, so you can't have the money from Netflix. And two, like when it comes to Prime, like my main reason for paying for Prime is for the delivery. So am I going to be charged a BBC tax on my delivery feed? Like, just because I can get Prime TV from it?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
We do also have Disney, because, we have a small person who
Yes.
likes the Disney movies.
No, that's fair. Tristan says he downloaded the entirety of JJK Season 2. Is that Jujutsu Kaisen? At 20 megabytes a second. In a matter of seconds, it made him vaguely nostalgic for the weeks spent downloading around my 1/2 episode at kilobytes a day. Yeah. In Australia, I think the maximum price you can get, unless you want to pay for... the maximum speed you can get, unless you want to pay for, like, a fucking business line, is 100 megabits a second. That's the maximum.
I remember back in my day.
Back in my day.
when we used to have the old modems, and I remember playing a game that was browser based, and like it didn't even have any pictures in it. It was like a text based RPG game, and it would literally take you'd do something in the game, and then you would open a page, and it would take a minute for it to load up the next page. And in that time, you're like, you had no idea what happened in the game, and you could actually like attack other players or be attacked. So if you're in a fight with someone, and you're like clicking the button, and you're like, okay, come on, load. Yeah, no. That's a super good game. It had permadeath in it and everything, so you were like on the edge of your seat during that. Like, have I managed to hit them? Have they hit me? Am I dead?
Oof, indeed.
Oh, I forgot.
Yes, Kitty.
I think he's taken her to bed, and I think she's really not very pleased about it.
Well, she's going to have to get over that, not being pleased with the thing.
She's really not very pleased about it.
She does not sound pleased. Does not sound pleased at all, bless her.
Hugo's like, music, music, kitty, kitty.
Yeah.
And
The
baby.
sound of kitty noises. And baby noises.
Baby scream.
Marco's off to
She's
bed.
not very happy.
Yeah. Night, Marco.
Hi, Marco.
I've fallen off the bloody God damn it.
Yeah, I fell down, so I'm now leaning down here. I feel lazy to look back.
I think we finished up top anyway.
We've definitely finished the top of the very top.
Yeah.
This might have to be the last map because she doesn't.
Probably.
I could do with it to not be too worked up because I'm gonna have to work on it again.
Yeah.
Especially with now going away over the.
No, apparently I've been sent what Google says fastest internet in Oz is. Let's have a look. Holy crap. Right. So,
Hello,
NBN
baby.
plans with unlimited data. Light speed 1000 by 50. Typical internet speed 860 megabits per second.
She doesn't want to sleep yet.
$99 a month for first 6 months and $109 a month ongoing. Interesting. Oh dear, poor Baba.
Give me cuddles. Yeah, let me move the chair back. Okay. Brendan, it's time for sleep. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
I'll tell you what, Blade.
You're happy now.
I've almost been tempted to get frigging Starlink or whatever it is, because it's not too much more a month than what I pay frigging those criminals at Optus.
Isn't it really expensive to set up, though?
Yeah, that's the issue.
Like,
It's like a
the
$500
equipment's
setup
tremendous.
fee. If it wasn't for that,
Thank you, sir.
it's only a couple of dollars extra a month compared to what the internet is for comparable speeds, because yeah, Australia.
Yeah, but I think it's set up when it comes to Starlink.
Yeah, that it is.
Which is a bit of a shame.
It is. It's a bit poo.
It should be reliable, though.
More reliable than a regular internet. Because what our second biggest telecom accidentally broke the entire country for a day.
Right, gotta love it.
Yep. Oh, but we need to get rid of cash, the government says. Yes, so when the telecom companies break half the country and no one can use cards, or one of our largest banks goes down for a day, again. I love going to buy something and then the bank's like, haha, no, you can't have access to your money.
That sounds great.
No, it's so
And
good.
then they're like, don't worry, we'll give it back in like... How many days?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even talking about that one where it's like, oh, yeah, we've run your direct debits like 4 times. You're now $5,000 overdrawn.
Oh, yeah, I had that. Well, it wasn't quite 5,000 overdrawn, but it was my entire salary. And it was just like, yeet. And I'm like, excuse me, I've got my rent to pay tomorrow. And they're like, oh, well, don't worry, we'll give it back in like 10 days. I'm like, yeah, who's going to explain that one to my landlord?
Yeah. It's like, you bastards took it in a second. Commonwealth Blade, though it's also with the other ones. Bank of Queensland went down for a day twice. Westpac's done it. All our banks are incompetent morons here. Oh yeah, when our second biggest telco went down for like at least 12 hours, even emergency calls wouldn't work. So no 999, 911, 000 worked on that carrier at all.
Fantastic.
And because they'd broken it in such a special way, it couldn't fall. The phones couldn't fall back to another provider. Because it's supposed to be that when a tower goes down, if there's another tower in range when you make a emergency call, the phone will use any providers. It defaults to your provider, but then it will use any afterwards. But they broke it in such a way that the phones couldn't fall back to use one of the other providers to make emergency calls. So that was great.
Yeah, you definitely want the emergency calls being down.
Yep. So helpful it was. But yeah, I was thrilled. Walk into a business and be like, "Are you with Optus or Telstra? Can I actually buy shit?" But no, it was really great when my bank went down for a day. Sitting there going, yes, I would like to buy this, please. What? Oh no, it's been rejected. The fuck do you mean rejected? I just got paid this morning. I was not a happy bunny. I felt like such a dickhead. Oh, it's been rejected. What the fuck do you mean it's been rejected? And this is now why Bezek carries cash.
Well, even worse for people like buying petrol, because it's already in the damn car at that point. It's like,
yep,
well,
that happened to dozens of people when this happened. People are sitting there at the petrol station with fuel in the bloody car going, "You fucking idiots are going to get me arrested." And what did the banks and telecos do for the affected customers? They said sorry. Yeah, thanks, arseholes.
Oh, well, as long as they were sorry.
Yeah. Is that what it's called, Blade? Emergency roaming failed. Thanks, Optus. Yeah, that was really fucking impressive. Thankfully, I didn't need emergency assistance that day, but there were people that did and couldn't get through. There were people who had to run to a neighbour to find one of the other companies.
Eventually, they did. Eventually, they did release some of it, but they were like, if it does, then go through with the people who tried to take it. Like, we'll be coming back for it. And I'm like, well, it won't, because I've literally just spoken to them, and they said that they didn't. You never gave it to them. You declined it on your end. You actually declined it. And then took it from me multiple times. And so they released some of it, but they were like, "We can't release all of it." But this was only after I was like, I turned around and I was like, I'm gonna have to go to the ombudsman with this, because it's gonna cost me a fortune in late fees. I'm probably gonna have eviction proceedings started against me because my rent is gonna be half a month late, according to you. And suddenly they were like, "Oh, it turns out there has been a problem reported." Because like, they were totally gaslighting me, being like, "Oh no, there's no problems reported. I don't know what you're talking about." And I'm like, weird how your social media manager seems to know what the problem is, because they're apologizing to people for it.
Yep.
And yet you, apparently, the complaints manager hasn't got a clue. And then she put me up like, I was like, well, if you could just put in writing what we've discussed today, I'll just forward it to the ombudsman, because I'm gonna be massively out of pocket as a result of this. And she phoned me back about half an hour later, and she was like, "Oh, I've had an extra look into it, because it really bothered me that it did seem to be really affecting." And I'm like, "No, you didn't want to get charged by the ombudsman, let's be honest." And she was like, "It does appear that there has been a problem." And I'm like, "Yeah, and your company knows about it, because you damn social media managers out there apologizing to everybody." Apparently the social media manager's aware of it.
Yeah, when I think it was Commonwealth again did the same and double or triple charged people on the thing. It's like, "Oh, we're really sorry. We're gonna do what we can. We're gonna reverse the charges." Like, you're gonna fucking reverse the overdraft charges too? You pricks.
I know, it's like, it's not good enough to reverse the charges because everybody's now going to get late fees from it.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't just, screwed up on your stuff, like you screwed up all of our stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, people were so thrilled to be stuck at the checkout or have just put fuel in the car. And this is why I now try and keep at least $50 on me at all times, just in case I do need to purchase fuel. And then the bank decide, yeah, all that money you had? Nah, not yours anymore.
No, that wouldn't have helped me at all because, it was in my entire salary.
Yeah.
It just kind of duplicated the same charge that
Yeah.
it had declined to the point that it had just eaten everything in the account.
Yeah, it doesn't help with those situations, but it does help you get away from the service station without them calling the police. But yeah, people were actually being threatened to have the police called when it's like, oh, you've filled up on fuel and you don't have money. It's like, yeah, because the fucking bank has decided they're going to steal it. There should have been criminal charges for that shit. For the banks. But no, they just got a smack on the wrist. Tristan says, carrying cash is kind of awesome now, especially if you're dealing with independent contractors. Saves on taxes. Plus, they assume you're some kind of mafia guy. Yep. Fun fact, a lot of mechanics will charge you less if you don't need a receipt. And that's out of the kindness of their hearts, I'm sure.
It is, you're saving them paper.
Yes. They're protecting the environment. And to reward you for protecting the environment, they're charging you less.
Which one?
Blade says flashback to customers yelling at him for that shit. Because the Blade apparently worked at one of the banks. I know that sucks for you personally, Blade, but it's like, as far as the bank itself is concerned, it's like, yeah, no shit the customers were yelling at people. They've just had all their fucking money stolen. I mean, it's not great for the poor phone monkey, but...
I know, the poor guy on the phone, though, Blade, wasn't the one that done it.
Yeah, it's not Blade's fault, but I can fucking understand why people were pissed. I can entirely understand it.
Well, I hope you weren't doing what they tried with me and just gaslighting them. Like, there isn't a problem. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, what do you mean you don't know what I'm talking about? It's all over your bloody social media. I'm not the only person you did it to.
Ah, Shide's popped in. Hello, Shide. I'm just talking about how banks suck.
Blaze says, "Oh, I got my own back. I made sure we paid every valid late fee. Good for you."
Good. Good for you, but as far as the company's concerned, yeah, that's their fucking minimum. But good for you, Blade, for helping make them do the right thing. Honestly, after the great and enforced work from home, I no longer thought that people who just put their money under the mattress were crazy. Yeah, draw all your bloody money out. Stick it under your mattress. It's safer there. Because I'm not worried about criminals stealing it. I'm worried about the fucking bank stealing it.
It can't be rolled out.
Tristan says, 2022, Rogers went down. I assume that's a telco. For 2 days across Canada, internet and cell phones kind of sucked because of work from home. It was 2-3 days off. Yeah. Force majeure. What the fuck are you meant to do about it?
I think I've told the story before about the bank. I literally had to turn around and be like, please, for the love of God, remove my name from your systems because you can't be trusted. They kept they kept opening. I'd had to close my account at some point because I'd had a bit of a falling out with them. But they kept opening accounts in my name. And so, like, we're talking probably about a decade after I closed my account, I got through a letter from them telling me that I was late on payments and that they needed me to pay late fees or charges or whatever the hell it was. And I'm like, what do you mean you need me to pay bloody charges? Like, I'm in an account with you for 10, 15 years, however long it was. So I had to look, goes in there, and I'm like, what the hell is this? What's going on? Why are you telling me that I owe you fees and charges and stuff? I'm like, I don't have an account with you anymore. I closed that account's been closed for a long time. And they were like, yeah, I see that you don't have that account anymore, but you have two accounts with us. And I'm like, I'm really sure I don't have two accounts with you. My account has been closed for a long time. And they were like, oh, well, your account here that was opened, and another account that was opened, and now this account just on once a year is set with a standing order to transfer money from this account to this account, but they're both empty because obviously I had never set them up.
Yep.
And then I was getting charged because there was no money in the account to send the standing order from one account to the other account.
Yeah,
And I just looked at them and I'm like, tell me why I would do that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I open two accounts with you, never place a penny in them, and then set up a standing order to once a year send like 50 quid from one to the other?
Sounds like what happened to one of the big companies in the US. There was a big thing where they got the shit sued out of them and their asses kicked by 73 kinds of regulators, because it turns out one of the KPIs or bonus indicators or whatever it was get customers to open new accounts. So the staff were being like, yeah, sure, random old person, you need a second account, don't you? And just hauling off and doing it without permission in the background. So I wouldn't be surprised it was some bullshit like that.
Yeah, so in the end, the guy was just like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. So I will not be paying the fees for those standing orders not going through because I didn't open either of those accounts. And I sure as hell didn't set out that standing order that makes no sense. And he's like, no, I can't see why you would possibly have done that. And he's like, it must have been an error. And I'm like, well, we can just error it back off the system. I'm not going to be paying a penny. And I would like my details removed entirely from your systems because apparently we can't be trusted with those.
Yeah. That's right, George. Burn the banks. What? Honestly, George, you're so violent.
But yeah, you might be right. That might have been the kind of thing that it was. I assumed it was just a problem with the system, but like,
nah, it's probably
very specific.
Yeah, it's probably a KPI thing, because there was a real big sting in the States about that for one of the big banks there. I can't remember the details. Maybe Shade will. He's American. Tristan says that a certain percentage of businesses / customers will pay invoices without much scrutiny, send out invoices to all former customers. Maybe 2% paid the bills. It's free money. I mean, that's also a possibility, but I put more money on it just being people opening dodgy accounts, hoping the customer doesn't notice so that they can go and get their bonus. It's like, oh, you got customers to open 100 accounts this month. Here's an extra 5 cents on your paycheck. Or whatever it is.
Why would they be stupid enough to make it generate charges, though?
I don't know.
We're going to get a letter demanding the money.
That's the weird part. That's the really weird part.
I was like, what do they mean I owe them charges? Like, I don't even bank with them.
Tristan asks, how does the scrubbing power not drop off at that distance? But it's a really long swirly, Tristan. Yeah. It does seem a bit weird that I can power wash it from this distance, but... Well, got video games.
Blade says that was our KPI. I was one of the lowest sales performers, one of the highest customer feedback performers. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah. I frigging hate... Oh, I nearly fucking strangled Optus Blade. I was on them I was chasing them for tech support for months because my fiber to the node had or curb or whatever the fuck it was had stopped working. And the cunts tried to upsell me while I was on a fucking tech support call. No, I don't want a new fucking contract while you cunts aren't providing the fucking service I'm already fucking paying for, you. Rah!
I know we failed you today, but would you like to pay some more? No!
No, I fucking wouldn't. I eventually, very politely, but insistently, got them into giving me like a 6-month discount. Because they had to upgrade me to fiber to the premises to eventually unfuck it, but I'm like, well, I didn't want fiber to the premises, and we need to do this because you can't provide the service you agreed to. So why should I pay for this? So, upgrade fee, gone. 3 months free. Another 6 months with massive discount. For being politely insistent.
Sometimes you gotta be.
Sometimes you've got to be the Karen.
Like, I have to... I hate saying, like, I hate having to be the Karen. And I don't want to be the Karen. But sometimes you have to actually put your foot down with companies. Because for some reason, they seem to want to reward people who are insistent and just fuck off people who are polite.
Yeah.
Like, you go in there and you're nice to them, and they're like, oh, well, you know, fuck you, nothing we can do for you today. So, well, okay, well, now I'm going to have to become Karen, aren't I?
Yeah. Oh, well, there's nothing you can do for me. Well, there must be someone. What about that ombudsman? Do you reckon they can help me? Oh, you magically have a solution to my problem. How good and nice of you.
Well, that's literally what I had to do. I'm just like, well, that's an awful shame that we haven't been able to find a solution today because I'm not paying for this mistake. It won't be coming out of my pocket. So me and the ombudsman will just have a nice little chat. And they're like, oh, maybe there's something we can do.
Yeah. To talk about something slightly more positive, being polite and can get you some places. I got a discount on my tyres when I need to get some new ones. Because I needed to get 4 new tyres and the spare was God knows how old. So I'm like, you know what? I've had the car for ages. The spare would have been old when I got it. I might as well replace the whole lot. So I'm like, okay, need 4 new tyres. So I asked the guy on the phone who was booking in me, and I'm like, anything you can do for me on the price since I'm getting 5 tyres? Yep, turns out there was.
Yeah, that's good. Blade says, oh, the ombudsman, here's their number. Karen, what the fuck? Well, I suppose that depends. Like, in my case, like, they had just caused me what was probably going to be a lot of late fees and a potential eviction. So, they probably didn't want me to call the ombudsman.
Well, there's 2 types of Karens who are like, I'll call the ombudsman. The ones that are just being proper Karens, and the ones that are like, well, I do have a legitimate issue. And yeah, the ones that are like, just being Karens, like, yeah, sure, here's the number. In fact, would you like me to transfer you directly to their line? Because that was an issue when I was working for Centrelink Blade. Sometimes they'd be like, I want to make a complaint. Oh, I can record that for you here. Or would you like me to transfer you directly to the complaints team?
Yeah, sometimes you have to be a bit like, would you just put our conversation, I would like you to just pop that across to me in an email, just a summary of what we've discussed today. And I'll take it up elsewhere. And quite often, if they've actually, actually have made a mistake on their end, you'll quickly find that they will not put it in writing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some companies are just so dodgy, especially massive ones. But the KPIs were the frigging worst. Like, at Centrelink, we'd have to complete calls in however many minutes it was. Meanwhile, we're sitting there dealing with complex fucking legislation. Because the team I was on, we dealt with Social Security and Family Assistance. So two completely different pieces of legislation that we're sitting there trying to work out, using computer systems that were outdated in the early 2000s. And having to perform complex tasks or try and explain to Billy Bob why something's working the way it is. Because Billy Bob would call up and be like, oh, I don't understand why my payments change. And then we'd have to go and figure it out. And in some cases, calculate it manually to try and figure out what's going on. Well, actually, it turns out it's because your husband receives a payment from the Department of Veteran Affairs, so that's actually reducing everybody's payment from Centrelink.
But no, I do see Blade's point. Like sometimes the Karens,
It's a valid point.
They're just using it to strong arm.
Yeah.
Like, if I say the right words, then they'll cower before me. Because I've worked in retail. I'm off to trading standards. And it's like, okay, but trading standards doesn't cover the fact that you bought the item, broke it, used it for a month, have worn it out, and now think that you can bring it back for a refund. Like, trading standards ain't gonna help you with that, darling. You can ask them for sure, but it's still not gonna help you. Yeah, you definitely get people like that. But sometimes you actually have to be like, no, my rights are that you can't fuck me like this through no fault of my own.
Yeah, well, in Australia, they go, oh, you have a 1-year warranty from us, but would you like to buy an extended warranty for 3 years for like $500? My immediate reaction is, no, because actually the law in Australia says that you are required by law to warrant this thing for a reasonable period. So if I'm buying a $1,000 item and it breaks in 2 years, guess who's fucking fixing it for free? Or fixing it, replacing it, or refunding it. Because the law doesn't give a shit about well, we only want to do warranty for 1 year. Well, too bad. It's $1,000. And any reasonable person would expect it to last for at least 5 or 6 years. So, fucking give me a new one. Tristan says, you know those mobile games that use the freezing mother and child to play up sympathy? Wouldn't Henry Disco and Eviction Notice look exactly like those mobile ads? Mad anti-landlord Predator bait.
The thing is, my old landlord was not a reasonable man anyway. So I'm fairly sure Bezic saw some of the messages.
Oh yeah, absolute lunatic.
It was not a reason. Yeah, absolute loony bin. And so, like, he would not have understood my bank's just screwed me over, give me a couple weeks till they give me their money back. He'd have been like, oh, you're in my fucking house, you're not fucking paying for it.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to. I would also like the bank not to have the money.
I would like to give you the money, but the bank says no.
The bank said that they're having it for now. I don't know how I'm supposed to get to this, but can we bring this up here? Or this come up here? No, it doesn't fit.
Tristan says the warranty law as you described it as terrible jurisprudence, contracts illegal documents, they state the terms and shouldn't be overridden by ruled by courts. Well, in every country on earth, if a term is illegal, it gets overruled. And it's not like it's a bullshit contract anyway. If manufacturers had it their way, you'd buy a $3,000 TV. Oh, 13 months, TV's dead. No, you can't, and you have no recourse. So the politicians went, yeah, screw that. Because do remember, Australia is the only reason you fuckers have refunds on Steam. It's actually Australian law that got refunds put on Steam.
Yeah.
Because all products that are sold by a business must be fit for purpose. So if Steam sells you a game, and that game is buggy, broken, doesn't load, well, by Australian law, you're entitled to a full refund. Because it's not fit for purpose.
Blake says store warranty versus manufacturer's warranty. The store offers paid extended warranty because it's easier than the manufacturer.
Yeah.
To be fair, the store should just be able to send it back to the manufacturer and be like, product's poo.
Yeah, it's easier.
Brought it back.
But they charge you for doing the thing they should be fucking doing in the first place, which is the issue I have with them. It's utterly ridiculous as well, because it's like, oh, it's a 3-year term. It's like, it's a $5,000 item, mate. Australian consumer law says you have to sort it out. Because what they also don't like is the manufacturer's irrelevant. The person who sells it to you is the one who needs to get it fixed. Like, they make a big fuss about it, but... yeah. And manufacturers' warranties go for quite some time. At least on reasonable things. Like, I had to buy a new fridge recently. I think I have something ridiculous like an 8-year warranty on the compressor.
Good.
Because it's a fucking fridge. People don't expect it to stop working like a year later.
I wouldn't be very happy.
No. No, they would not. As much as I'm a fan of being as laissez-faire on the capitalism as possible, some rules are needed, because otherwise companies will just take the piss. Which is an unfortunate fact of life.
Well, I suppose if you can't go in and enforce them yourself.
Yeah. I'd like to be able to enforce laws myself sometimes. I do say that the only... no, that's probably not YouTube friendly. But let's just say it'd be nice if the people that are stopping me from enforcing the law myself would actually enforce it for me. You know, do their fucking jobs.
Or they could just, they could just harass you for saying hurting words online.
Well, that's so much safer.
Mm-hmm.
Because the big companies have lawyers and they're scary. Oh. Can't possibly hurt the big corporations. The older I get, the more I understand the desire of the sovereign citizens. Unfortunately, their legal basis is wrong, but God, I understand it.
I mean, I was kind of going through earlier on the article that I want to write, the kind of the why should we one, and it just occurs to me the social contract at this point just seems to be well and truly broken.
It truly does. Like, Where's the work hard and have a good time stuff? Just need to quickly make a note.
Like the outside is still dirty.
Yep. Control room trims. Oh, of course it's trim. It's always a bloody dirty trim.
It's always trash.
But
No, it
yet
just
I'm
seems
the
to
one
me
who's
that
forced to have a bath.
It just seems to me that the social contract's already like it's broken, and it's just like, well, why should we continue following our side of the social contract, paying the taxes, doing this, doing that, and it's like we're not getting what we should expect in return on the social contract.
No, well that's it. It's supposed to be. Well, that's the whole thing about a contract. Where's the value? What value are we getting from it? Because all it seems to be is we need to do this, we need to do this, and they'll just laugh in our face.
Yep. We need to do this. We need to pay this. We're just. It seems more at this point like we're just piggybacking.
Yep. And not even for the country. For God knows who.
I think the Americans are probably agree on that.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, we're watching where our money's going. We've been digging through that.
Yeah.
We're just the world's piggy bank.
Yeah. Like, why are they funding, like, fucking Australian dog breeders or something?
I think that my art is probably going to go quite heavily into that.
Yes.
Hugo says, what do you mean work hard? You don't always work hard? Gulag.
Yes. Go to Gulag, Conrad. It does feel a lot like that these days, doesn't it? Okay, how the frigging flip do I get up here?
I'm not sure. I think you gotta use the climbing thing.
Is it high enough? Whee! Splat. Oh, yeah, it is. It just looked like a weird angle.
Up, up, up.
There we go.
Come on, we're on 99%. But I probably can do another map now because this little monster has actually just fallen asleep on me now.
Of course she has.
She's given up with Daddy Diggy and she's like, I'm just going to sleep on Mama.
Well, as long as she's asleep somewhere, I guess.
You're okay.
Speaking of the devil.
She just wiggled. She just wiggled a little bit. Some of the areas in this one are a bit hard to reach.
Yes, very hard. Wait, that's the wrong way around. Bad game.
Another Fezzik mentioned it. He hasn't had one in a couple weeks. Hasn't had one of what, Fezzik?
I don't know. I fucking love sentences like that. Because unfortunately we're time delayed here.
We get a little bit, yeah, time delayed, and we get distracted.
Yes.
It's like, yes, what are we talking about?
I don't remember anymore. I don't remember this guy.
Just smile and nod. Smile and nod.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
I do like the penguin.
Yeah. Can't believe they got, like, what, 17 movies now? And the Penguins have their own TV show or something?
They do. They do have their own TV show because I watched it with the baby when she was little. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so little good stuff out there. Elevator. Damn.
No, I'm not appreciating this.
No. Oh, good lord, we actually have to move it out so we can get to the rim of the bloody machine.
Out to the rim. Woohoo!
Up the stairs. I'm glad I don't have to climb this thing in real life. I'd be past that halfway up it by now.
Elgin says, don't lie. You knew exactly that you needed a bath.
Oh, that.
And he said the Penguins released all the show. They have their own show. It's pretty good. If you haven't watched the Penguins of Madagascar show, you definitely should. It's really cute.
Mm.
I really like that they've got the, what are they? I don't know, a monkey, I think, and they're like he thinks he's the king.
Oh, yeah. Ah! Mm. How's everything still so bloody dirty?
What's still dirty? I don't understand. Oh, there's so much stuff. George, there isn't space for you and the toddler. Come on.
George says the toddler has to go.
You can be on the bottom of the thing. Pedestal door handle. There must be a door around here somewhere then.
Apparently this ladder's dirty somewhere. Oh.
There's the door.
On the back. Yeah,
Door.
thanks, game.
Ah, door. There's the door. You could just remove baby, keep George.
Well, that would be George's
baby,
opinion.
If I remove baby, she will start to squeal again.
Yes.
She'll be like, Mama!
Just because it's George's idea doesn't mean it's a good one.
To be fair, George will snuggle up behind me in bed. We'll have the little toddler in her cot bed on the side, and she'll be in there snoozing in amongst a million bazillion teddy bears that she now has. And I got so many. And then she'll bring them over, and she's like, "Let me show you all my teddies." And she's like handing you them, and she's like, "Sheep, cow, meh, penguin."
You sent me a...
It's a really good way to get her to remember what they're all called, because she like names them as she hands them.
Yeah,
I did send you that picture.
You sent me that photo where it's like Jack buried in a pile of teddies. And...
Yeah. She's like, go daddy, go daddy, go daddy. And I was like, alright, you can go daddy. She's like, sheep. I'm like, yeah, go and show him your sheep. So she takes the sheep over to him and she hands him the sheep. She's like, sheep. And he's like, oh wow, you're a teddy bear. And then she's like, So she goes back in the car and she just starts picking them up one by one. And she's got quite a few in there now. And she picks them up one by one and she carries them over to him and she just buries him under them. He's just disappeared under an entire pile of teddy bears. Which, that's pretty funny.
Hallelujah. The railing's finally done.
And the poles are next. You do that side, I'll do this side.
Yeah. Oh, good grief. And that needs to go around there, I think. Somewhere.
So yeah, she'll just bury you under them. It's funny.
Oh dear. The vent that you're about to pass is dirty as well, apparently.
Not anymore. This
Yay!
This one. Okay. And she's so bless her. Yeah, so George likes to get under, because I've got, like, I don't want to have, like, a big quick blanket when she's around, just in case. And so I have, like, a crocheted blanket that's massive. Somebody crocheted for her, and I'm, like, under that. And George is like, huh, I could get under there, too. So George, like, crawls under at my back, so he can lie against my back, keep my back warm. We have a disco sandwich.
Oh, I'm sure that's very convenient if you need to get up in the middle of the night.
It's not at all.
But it works fine for George.
Oh, George likes it. George's like, you so cuddly.
Anything
Also,
for...
sometimes tries to get into her pile of teddies, and it's like, if I blend in with the pile of teddies, she won't try and pet me.
Oh, you have made a critical calculation error there, young friend.
He's just like, if I blend in with a pile of teddy bears, but she won't try to pet me. Like, she won't try and pet me.
She'll hug and squish the teddy bears. Do you want to be hug and squished instead?
Yeah, but she's unlikely to grab Oscar first, so he's like, eh.
He'll get some warning, he reckons.
Coming over and I'll go away. She likes the cat. She's like, hey! And then she wants to aggressively pet them. And they're like, George is like, attention's attention. I'm not going to grumble. Like, attention, any attention is good attention. As far as George is concerned. Oscar, not so much. He's like, it's a bit rough for me.
He likes it very much on his terms, does he?
He does. Well, Oscar was a rescue. So his mum was a Bengal, but she had, I don't know if she'd been surrendered to a wildlife shelter or if she had been found by a wildlife shelter, but either way she was in a wildlife shelter. And she was pregnant, which is probably why she was a stray, because you're not supposed to let pedigrees get pregnant without permission from the breeder. And which is probably why she was not in somebody's home anymore. And so he was born in the shelter.
Okay.
And so he wasn't particularly tame when I got him. He's about 12 weeks old and he was nearly feral. I was like, oh, well, he's cute, so we'll deal with him. So I kind of had to tame him. But he's not the most trusting of cats. He's like, well, you're okay because you're the one that tamed me and you give me pets and you're really nice to me. Not so keen on anybody else. And the baby's she's just a bit much for him. Although he's coming around to her, but she's a bit much for him.
Yeah, a bit too loud and squealy and smelly.
Loud, yeah. Because she goes, kitty, and he's like, nope.
I can just imagine that. Here's the squeal gone.
He just nopes out of it. And then she's like, oh, kitty. And I'm like, well, you've got to be a little quieter for us. George, on the other hand, is just like, as long as
attention.
She doesn't really, pull my ears off or anything. I can handle a bit of rough petties.
As long as someone's petting me, he says.
Petties are petties. She couldn't actually get a better cat to practice on than George because he's just a bit of a petty slut. He's like, give me petties and I'm happy.
He'll take what he can get, eh?
Yeah, pretty much. Hector says, I was born in the shelter, molded by it. I just didn't see the home until I was a man. Yeah, I felt really bad for him. He just hadn't had too much human attention. He did wind up in somebody's home, but they weren't. I think it was some older lady, and she wasn't able to really keep up with a Bengal kitten. And it was like, well,
Blade says political sine waivers everywhere. Stupid election. Yeah, fucking election. The only good thing about the election is it's going to fucking pay for my alternator repair.
well, there's that railing pole. There's one railing pole that's still dirty.
Yes, which one is it? It's not telling me. Which one are you?
Sure, somebody's walking along behind me redirtying them because I've already done them. Oh, it could be one of these. Oh, there's more up here. Oh no, it just goes. It just goes right around. Never mind. That was stupid. I've just been up here. I'm like, oh, there's more over here. Wait, no, these are the same ones.
It's a circle, Disco. It's a circle. Which one of these bloody things is it?
I've had a lot of all-nighters recently. Leave me.
Oh, it's this fucking corner one.
Sure, I've looked at that a million times.
I'm sure we've both looked at it a million times. Why are you dirty, you bad? Oh, there it is. What's next? A receiver. Oh god, is that all the way back up top again?
Reflector surface trim. Okay, up we go.
Yeah. Bloody trims. Every bloody time.
Always trim. Oh yeah, I see.
There we go. Reflector underside trims. Oh god damn it. Reflector underside large panels. Right.
We gotta go.
Which one is it, game?
Yes,
that one.
Why are you dirty? It's not very dirty now. Apparently we missed a spot on the bottom.
Yeah. And then we've got the bottom trims. I don't want trims bottom.
Not a trim's bottom.
I don't want to clean trims bottom. I don't get paid enough to clean trims bottom. Right, that's that done.
So this one.
Oh god, it's these ones over here, is it? Amongst others.
This one too.
Of course there's a couple of them. There's at least 3. Oh, you got that one. That's nice.
Yep. That one's okay. But it's none of the ones on this side.
Yeah, it's this one here, apparently. Oop. I'll get out of the way. Oh, got it.
Oh, you got it. Good job.
And turns out the triple swirly can reach that far. Now, which one of these other trims is it? Someone ask Trim why his bottom is dirty. That one I can't reach without the stand.
I can't even see what one's dirty.
It is the one there, right?
Oh, Bezek, you got this.
All the way up. It's a long way.
Keep playing, just keep playing.
Yes, keep squirting. Hey, fucking hell, finally. That was ridiculous.
Time lapse.
Yay, time lapse. Yay!
I think we got one more. We can do one more if you want to do it. The solar station.
Okay, I can do one more, but I need a quick facilities break.
Yes, I suppose we can facilitate that.
It'll just be a couple of seconds.
I'll go and have a look. Starting this job will reset any progress on other bonus. But we finished the other bonus jobs. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Just let me clean. Just let me clean. Alright, where's Basic? Is he in? He is in. Well, let's get the soap on. So, I guess the multi-purpose cleaner is probably the. Oh, we haven't got any multi-purpose. What do we have? We have glass, metal. No, I'll have to do the metal cleaner. I'm sure it won't itch too much. Get the swirly out. Really get behind the ears.
You being a sneaky bitch.
Yeah, I don't think the metal cleaner will itch too badly. It was the only one I had.
Rude.
I'm just cleaning behind your ears.
Rude. This looks hopefully less annoying. At least.
Ooh. At least it's a big gift.
Yeah, at least it seems to be big surfaces, at least.
I suppose I could use the metal bubbly spray. Ooh, bubble. Oh, that's cloth. I can't use that. My only problem with the soap, like the soap does work relatively well, but it goes through it really, really quickly.
Yeah.
Like the bottle only lasts like 2 seconds.
I'm looking forward to seeing how the soap works in the sequel. It looks like it's going to be more interesting. It looks like you spray it on, then wash it off. So hopefully that's going to be a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
We can get some things all nicely bubbled up.
Why is the music talking to me? Did I ask for the music to talk to me? I don't think I did. The music should be musicking.
Yes, it's wonderful background music. It's shockingly hard to find, though.
It's actually, I mean, it's not too bad for background music, this playlist.
That's good.
There's just a couple tracks where they talk at the end of them. It's like, don't do that on a playlist where you've got for people to use as background music.
Yeah, it can get really annoying.
It's a bit where Jack goes, what music? You don't hear any music.
And then Cisco gets very, very angry.
George, don't climb over the back of the computer, mate. It's already having a hard time tonight.
And don't do it, George. Don't do it. Thanks, Black.
Hang on a second. Let me just crank up the volume. Blaine's like, my ear.
Just strap the microphone to an upset baby. That. Then again, Blade's a parent, so maybe it won't be as annoying.
Oh, the murmuring. Yeah, this one was singing, and I'm not sure about this track. Let's put another track. Keep.
Bad background music.
That's better. Do it. I could turn it up a little bit. I don't want to turn it up too much. In fact, no, I'll do it on here. It's just so that during the bits where we're not really talking, it's not like total
Yeah,
silence.
complete silence. You know, because it's good for the audience. Oh, and by with that I mean it's good for continued engagement.
And you just like, it's fine. Yeah, Blake's like, it's fine. You just
Yeah.
do it.
Do it. Palpatine.
I'm actually quite liking this playlist. As
Nice.
music, to be honest, it's just chill.
Yeah. Managing attributions can be a right pain, though.
Yeah, but because he's put it all in one playlist,
You can just attribute the playlist.
Attributed the playlist, yeah.
Yeah, that's handy.
And I had to look at his website. He's mostly just looking for his name when it's hunting it. It's like it's checking descriptions for the name of the channel.
Oh, nice.
But it says, okay, time to get out of the car and go to work. Well, you have fun.
Good luck. Try not to stab any Green supporters. Because, my fucking god, do they deserve it.
George, what are you doing now? What are you actually... Oh my god, what are you actually doing? So, he's... I don't know, there must be like a screw or something up on the baby's changing deal, and he's trying to steal it.
It didn't sound like metal. Well, his cat must steal shiny.
Seems to be working.
Yeah, I offloaded some of the workload onto the GPU from the GPU, so the GPU is not working quite as hard, and it does actually seem to be stable now. But I would prefer that I didn't need to do that because it is going to be affecting the quality of the stream. But
I think it's your update graphics card. I might have updated it by accident. I don't know. I can't remember.
it's okay, I'll push it back to the version I know works, because that's why I had to stop it before, because it was crashing with Adobe.
Was it doing the same thing before?
Well, I don't know if it was doing exactly the same thing, because it was generally doing it while it was rendering.
Yeah, flash. Okay.
It's time to sleep.
Yeah, don't try and move.
This is the last map.
Yeah, that's alright.
We're going to finish this and then we will be done.
Yeah, that's fine. You missed a bit. Cool.
He literally just, you missed a bit, me.
Ooh.
You missed a spot.
I'll show you I missed a spot. Rude. How rude. Oh dear, poor Blade. I think he suffers through daylight savings.
Ugh. Not fun.
No.
I don't not like daylight savings. I'm glad that I don't really have to bother with them too much anymore. Doesn't Blade just work when is the baby.
Yeah. I would still like to see someone who's pro daylight savings explain to my cat why he needs to get fed an hour later. And I'm sorry, but my cat is more important to me than any politician.
Cat's probably smarter than most of the politicians.
Well, that's definitely true.
Too, yeah.
Oh, hello, George.
Hello, George.
Yes, thank you, George.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow,
Please
meow.
don't love the hand that the mouse is in. Oh, did you have to try and stand on the baby? She just wiggles. Come on.
Don't wake the baby up, George, for the love of God.
We can start Google in a minute when I get into bed, you bum hole.
Uh,
No.
living with cats.
It's very insistent.
Yes, George. Cleans the solar panel.
Yeah, I am cleaning the solar panel. For some reason, this one and the last one, I've got to a point where there's nothing left on them, and yet they still are.
Ah, weird.
They still weren't dinging.
Yes. This is actually a problem with solar panels in real life. You have to get people out to pressure wash your solar panels at home. Otherwise, they don't work so good. Which isn't something they tell you about when they're sitting there at Parliament wankers time, going, "Yeah, they're perfect. Everyone should get them." It's like, cool, yeah. Oh, or like how they're going, like, electric cars are great. It's like, cool. You gonna give me the $30,000? No, I didn't think so.
It just made me laugh how they're just like, oh, but you won't have to pay road tax on them because they don't do no emissions. And then they're like, oh, you're gonna have to pay some road tax on them.
Yeah. It's funny how that changed as soon as they realised they were losing tax revenue.
And well, they're gonna. It's certainly gonna go up if everybody switches to these electric cars, because the amount of tax on petrol, like, there's no way that the government are gonna let that kind of revenue go.
No way.
You're gonna be charged. You're gonna get a device in your car that is gonna measure how many miles you've driven, and you're gonna get taxed per mile.
Yeah, just what I want. Full-time wireless tracking by the fucking government.
We'll just link that with your digital ID. It'll make everything so much easier.
Yes. I'm so thrilled that the government will know everywhere I've ever been.
So we can, we can just link how many miles you've driven. Nice and easy peasy. You want, so convenient for the government to know exactly where I am at all times. I'm really...
Well, remember when you used to get arrested for going more than 5 kilometers from your house? Yeah, won't it be easy for the government when they can do that automatically? Just stop the car, lock it. You have travelled 5 kilometers from your domicile. Wait here for the police. It's
allowed to leave your 15-minute city.
Yeah, it's like Demolition Man, but even more insidious.
Oh, did you see that thing I posted to you the other day? They're building these new, they're basically pods in London.
Yep, the pod houses, which, they're not even single occupancy apartments. It turns out, it's shared apartments. You get a room. It's not a 1-bedroom apartment. It's a room.
So per floor, there's like a kitchen and a bathroom, like per floor. And then, there's 10 rooms or something that are sharing that area.
Yeah.
So, like university halls, but for adults. And then they're like, oh, by the way, it's not even affordable housing.
Yep.
So they've had to pay a fine for it not being affordable. And it's like, how in hell is an apartment that's not even a whole apartment not affordable?
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me I can't even afford the pod?
You can't even afford to live in a pod.
It's just sad. Sad. Did I send it to you? I think I sent it to you. There we go.
You did.
Show the chat. I'll attempt to show the chat. I know how upset my PC's been getting. I should manage a little bit of Chrome, maybe.
Hopefully.
Oh, of course, we lost the page now. Close that many gosh darn.
I will not eat the bugs, and I will not be happy.
There we go. West London High Street to get new Tower Hotel, which is fine, whatever hotel for prison, although we all know who's going to end up in the hotel because
Those government-funded permanent
guests.
guests.
Our hotels are not actually being used as hotels right now, so wonder. But also, 320 homes, none will be affordable. None will be affordable. And then when you go down, you read what they are. They're literally
Pods.
So they're closing offices. They're closing a Greg's, W.H. Smith's, post office, and some homes. I guess those people are getting yeeted out. Car parking, so people who might actually want to visit and shop in London, I guess they don't get to be there anymore.
Yeah, but don't you have to mortgage your fucking house to afford the ULEZ?
Yeah, well, 3-story building will be demolished to make space for a 10-story building accompanied by an 8-story building. Hotel will have 162 bedrooms. I guess we know who will be sleeping in those. It probably won't be tourists. It will be accessible. I don't care. All of the 320 homes provided will be co-living units.
Co-living. Get fucked.
Not dissimilar to university-style accommodation. Residents will have their own private studio rooms with shared communal spaces.
The fuck is a studio room?
Well, I guess it's like a studio apartment, except for it doesn't have the apartment side.
Yeah, but so a studio apartment's at least supposed to come with a pisser.
Each unit, I'm guessing if it's like a university room, it'll be like a bed and a sink.
Guy, how helpful.
Each unit is designed for one adult resident only. No 2-people room or family units are provided. As a residential co-living unit, homes cannot be sold as flats. The homes are targeted at single person households who cannot or choose not to live in self-contained homes.
You mean the people that uncontrolled migration have rendered fucking poor? Yeah.
The shared facilities include a rooftop garden.
Yeah, that's a real fucking cell, isn't it?
Communal kitchen on each floor. Ground floor shared amenity space. In the basement, residents will have access to a gym, a cinema, and co-working space. None of the homes provided will be affordable. Therefore, they must pay £3.6 million to make up for the lack of affordable housing as part of Section 106 agreement. So, even though it's literally a room, you're basically paying for a hotel room without a toilet. And it's still not affordable.
At this point, I remain to be convinced that it would be cheaper to pay for a fucking hotel room.
It might be. How is that? Like, you would think, at least if they're making it that shit, that...
Yes, Tristan, co-living means shared bathrooms.
You would think it would at least be, like, the cheapest accommodation. Like, okay, it's kind of shit. It's basically university halls. You're not gonna have the best of time. You're sharing a kitchen with 10 other people. It's gonna be a shithole covered in people's unwashed dishes. But it's cheap as chips. So, like, it's a good place if for you to get started. Save up some money because it's not costing you very much. No, it's not even affordable. The pods are not even affordable.
Yeah, it's absolutely mental.
It hasn't actually put a price down for what they'll be, but the fact they're getting a charge for making non-affordable housing kind of tells you all you need to know.
Yep, and now they're 3.6 million out of pocket, so they'll be even more expensive. For God, like, I've floated, if I was super ultra mega rich, I'd start up something similar to what the YMCA used to be. And I'd do, like, dorms where you get a locked room and then have shared accommodations. But I'd be charging people like $50 a fucking week.
Well, yeah, that would be fine if they're like, we put this up so that people who are, on the brink of homelessness or who are actually homeless, like, they can get somewhere where they've got a bed and a shower and they can get back on their feet, and it's not going to cost them very much. that's great. That would be fantastic. But no, if it's not affordable, then it's probably as much as a bloody apartment.
It'll be like here in Australia, where it's like 150, 200 a week for a room. That's dollars, so do your calculations. But also, I'm not in fucking London. So you're probably going to be looking at like fucking 150, 200 pounds a week.
Well, probably. Shower in a bed with no bed bug. Those are just dinner. You know what I'm talking about.
You will eat the bed bugs.
We told you breakfast was included. You don't even have to get out of bed.
I'm not sure how the thermodynamics works on that arrangement, but it's... There you go. Eat the bugs.
Yeah, you're right. It probably is cheaper to just get a hotel. At least you get breakfast included. And a toilet and your own shower.
Well, it's extortionate to live in a fucking caravan park these days as well. It's some ungodly amount of money for a powered frigging caravan site. And that's after you've already bought the damn caravan.
No, that's probably about right.
Maybe it's time to learn fucking Romany and start living with the pissing gypsies. Well, like I said earlier, Australia's added 10 to 12 million people since 1990, when we had a population of 17 million. And now we've got fucking 27 million. Or 29 million, depending on which estimate you read. Yes. I can't imagine why people can't afford shit anymore.
I don't know.
Almost doubling the bloody population in a generation. Yeah, that's great for the economy. But number go up. Line go up, Disco. That's all that matters. Line go up.
Line go up. Line go up, therefore more barren.
The standard of living has slipped back to the fucking Great Depression, but line go up.
Line go up. That's all that matters. But like, line go up. Therefore more better.
Well, it's like with the whole tariffs thing. It's like, oh, but Wall Street will collapse and it'll cause another depression. It's like, motherfucker, I'm already living like it's the Great Depression. I don't fucking care.
Oh, you're gonna have to join us? Well, that's a shame for you.
What's that? The rich people are going to have to join the rest of us? Yeah.
My GDP.
Yeah, literally. My GDP go up. Yeah, how's the GDP per capita? Don't ask. As long because they don't want to talk about GDP per capita.
But the people who look at you with a straight face and be like, there's no, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no inflation. It's not, no, everything is fine. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like my shopping bag gets smaller every week. But the bill for that shopping, it gets larger every week. Like I'm watching an ever shrinking pile of food shopping. I'm thinking, I'm sure I paid slightly more for this month than I did last month, and yet there appears to be less of it. And of course, we just hit April, so you know everything's going up again. Cause, you know, everybody likes to raise your bills in April. Like, thanks for that. I much appreciate it.
Yeah, ignore that they lied about inflation and unemployment too. Oh, I fucking love the unemployment statistic. Oh, only such percent is unemployed. Okay, cool. But you've defined employment as actively looking for work, and unemployment is working less than 1 hour a week, and actively looking for work. So if you've given up and you're waiting for death, you're not unemployed. And if you work 1 day a week, you're not unemployed. What a lovely manipulation of statistics that is.
what I love over here is they're like, they're obviously trying to strong arm the disabled back into work.
Yeah.
They're like, if we just bully you enough, then you'll stop being disabled.
Well,
that's how it works.
That's
right?
it. We can't afford the disabled. We have to pay for the other group that we can't mention on YouTube.
I was like, sure, I'm sure there are a very small amount of people who are taking the piss out. Like, I'm sure they exist. But that doesn't mean that bullying the disabled makes them not disabled anymore. Like, it just doesn't work. They're still disabled. They're still gonna not be able to do the stuff. And even if some of them would love to go back to work, the employers are not making the places okay for them, which means they're either going to get there and not be able to do the job and get fired, or they're going to be too sick and have to call in sick every couple of days and get fired.
Yeah. do you guys have the term? I think you guys also have the term dole bludger over there, don't you? You guys probably invented it.
That kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. Even the actual dole bludgers, I don't mind terribly much, because the people who are actual dole bludgers, they're the kind of dropkick retard that gets fired in a week, ruins everything, causes massive issues. You don't want to hang around because they're a drug-fucking moron. It's like, I'd rather keep them on the dole in the corner, because the dole's not enough to live off of. If they're the kind so stupid that they think it's a good life, cool. Pay them the pittance to stay the fuck over there and not commit burglaries.
Well, that's the thing. Like, a lot of them wouldn't be able to get work, or if they did, they get fired because they just don't want to do the work.
And while they're there,
well, they're gonna steal it, I think.
Yeah, and while they're in that job, they're going to make life miserable for the normal employees. It's like, no, I'd rather that idiot be living with 73 other morons, stoned out of their mind. Because at least they're not causing trouble for the rest of us.
That kind of label's massively overused over here.
Oh,
and our
absolutely.
Really,
Same here.
Really
Same here.
Over here. I don't know if your media is probably just as naughty, but ours has really latched on to the whole benefits thing at the minute because Labour have been drumming on about how they're gonna get everybody back to work, paying their fair share, yada 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 yada. And it's like. So all the media are like, oh, let's run all these rage bait stories. And I swear half of them are probably fucking AI generated. Where they're like, this person says that they get an ungodly amount in benefits every month. And that all the people paying tax and suck their dick. And everybody's like, yeah, fuck everybody who's on the benefits, let them all fucking starve. And it's like, nobody's getting that.
Well, your guys probably do the same as us. They go, oh, we spend X many billions every year on what we watch on YouTube.
Oh, it's the music video that goes with this.
Yeah, right. So our media goes, oh, this many millions are spent on welfare, and that's why we need to crack down on the dole bludger. And then they get really, really quiet when someone points out, isn't 90% of that the pension?
Yeah. Exactly the same over here. They're like, look at the welfare bill. Look at the welfare bill. Look, it's like a third of spending, and it's like, but if we break that down, like 2/3 of that is pension.
Yeah, it's more than 2/3 of that here.
It's like most of that's pension, though.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Richard.
Tristan says, how does someone get into dole bludging? In 2 years, his mortgage will be paid off, and he reckons he could live quite cheaply without doing any work at all with dole bucks. I don't know. Do you like air conditioning and heat in the winter? If so, you can't...
People over here, if they're just on job seekers, they're expected to basically spend full time looking for work.
Yeah, same here.
Or they ain't gonna get it if they don't spend full time looking for work.
But
the people who are on the disability, like, they got proof they're disabled.
Yeah.
They don't just get to go in there and be like, hi, I'm disabled. Like, they gotta get like consultant notes and stuff.
Here in Australia, it's so hard to get on the disability. There are people who it's literally impossible for them to work, but they're stuck on the unemployment for decades because, oh, you don't meet this magical criteria because some wanker in an office thinks it's theoretically possible for you to work full-time in an office with all these accommodations that no employer will ever fucking provide. Or there was
I've seen people be like, "Oh well, I got turned down for it because like I smiled at them," and they're like, "Well, if you're in that good a mood, then clearly like you're not disabled."
Yeah. Well, there was one guy who lost an arm and a leg and acquired brain damage in a car crash or a stroke or something. Nah, he couldn't have the disability. He spent ages in a coma. No, can't have the disability.
I don't know. They've just, and it's partially the government's fault because like they're trying to turn everybody against the disabled, being like, "Oh well, they're the reason that your tax is so high. They're the reason we're having to put up your tax because the benefits bill's just so much." And it's like, well, maybe if we weren't sending billions away across the seas for random projects on net zero, it wouldn't matter that the benefits bill was so high.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention a lot of that is pension, and those pensioners, they paid their dues to get that pension that they were promised.
Oh well, don't forget also the child benefit for families of 8 that somehow rocked up, that have somehow been in the never paid tax despite being 40.
The thing, well, over here, like I think you can only get child benefit for the first 2. Now, if they were born before 2017, I think you can get more, but now it's capped to 2, which again makes me laugh. Because I was watching people today in one of these comment sections reeing because the child benefit is going up a whole £52 a year.
Oh, which wow!
Works out up an extra £1 a week, but of course, all these hard-working taxpayers are all in there like, oh, having kids to make a living, and like it's rare, and it's like really, you're reeing over £1 a week.
Well, to use you as an example, Disco, because you're here, these people are reeing that you are eligible for some tiny amount of crap from the government. You, Jack, and a little baby are eligible for a pittance from the government, and that's bad. But Muhammad and his wife Muhammad and their 7 sons called Muhammad and their daughter that we don't want to talk about what's been done to her in the name of Muhammad. No, they're fine. We can pay for them. We can pay for their accommodation and their food and everything else. That's not a problem. Can pay infinity for that. But Disco, Jack, and Baby can't have a goddamn cent.
If you can't afford kids, you shouldn't have them. Oh, great. So,
Can we apply that to the new Brits?
Well, the question is, like, who exactly is going to be paying when you're old and can't work anymore? Because whether you think you've paid your dues or not now, and you're a good, hard-working tax worker who's never taken back out the system, at some point, you are going to get old. You are going to get sick. And you're probably, at very least, going to get a pension. If not, God forbid you get ill before pension age and have to go on a disability. Who will be paying for that pension? Who will be paying for those benefits then? Because it won't be you. It'll be those kids that you wanted to not exist.
Yeah.
Because yes, while they do take out the system when they're little, because they can't pay into it yet, they will spend their entire adulthood making up for that.
Well, they're going to force you to go back into work when Grace is, 3?
I mean, I never...
Or whenever.
Left work.
Yeah, this is true, but they're going to start forcing you to look for, like, full-time or something, or some crap. But
it will be, I think, the equivalent of 30 hours a week or equivalent.
Yeah.
When she's 3.
Yeah.
Even though she wouldn't start school until she's 5, so I'd have to spend that in daycare anyway.
Yeah. So in theory, according to the government and the Karens, you'd be costing too much to pay a pittance to once Gracie's 3. So you need to find a work, but they're perfectly happy to pay for God knows how many hours of childcare that not only will cost more than your tax, but more than Jack's tax and Gracie's tax and your mother and father's tax just to put the bloody kid in daycare so Disco's not taking advantage of the system.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, they already keep kind of pre-sending me advertisements for that chapter. Like, we can't actually force you to do it yet, because I mean, I am working anyway, but not the 30 hours equivalent that I will have to, because, well, I practically have a small person on me 24 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm not making the 30 hours worth, but I am working, and they keep kind of sending me that, here's a few jobs you might be interested, just if you're interested in going back earlier, and also you know that we'll cover the daycare costs. And I'm like, how do I unsubscribe from this spam?
Yeah, and meanwhile you'd have to be earning something like $160,000 in Australia. You'd have to be earning the equivalent of $160,000 a year to be paying back the child, to be making enough to pay more tax on the childcare.
No, it doesn't make much sense.
But yeah, it's ridiculous. If they forced you and Jack back to work, unless you guys managed to get some really nice jobs, they'd be paying more on childcare for Gracie than you guys would be paying in tax. It makes no sense. It would be cheaper for the taxpayer to just give Disco money and tell her to shut up and go away.
Yeah, you stay home, come back with kids in school.
Yeah. And then we'll pay for the hour of daycare.
Yeah.
It is. But and if the government wanted to pay anything, it'd be cheaper and more efficient and better for everyone to pay for the hour before school, the hour after school, to have time for Disco to get off work, bundle into the car and come pick up baby.
Well, yeah, in that case, you would say it would be better for them to pay for wraparound daycare for older kids, because then the parents whose kids are already in school could be working longer.
Yeah. If you're going to pay for daycare, that's the way to do it, rather than in Australia.
Oh, hang on. We got Black in the chat.
Ooh.
Black is here.
Hello, Black.
Black has donated £1, and he said, "Hi, Disco. Hi, Basic House. Kitty's currently sitting on my feet. You missed him. He's been making a ton of noise.
He's been making an absolute racket.
He's been making an absolute pest of himself.
Yeah. So.
And we're now 52% of the way
to
the George video.
Also, excellent. I'm looking forward to that. Just shake the tism jar.
Come on, Basic.
Yeah. So here in Australia, if a single mother who works a full-time minimum wage would be entitled to 100 hours a fortnight of childcare at roughly $10 an hour. $10 or $11 an hour. So that's what? That's $1,000 that the government will be paying every fortnight for this single mother to send their kid to childcare. Yeah. Cool. That's $26,000 a year in tax. How much does this single mother need to earn before she even covers the childcare cost? It would literally be cheaper to go, you know what? Stay home. But no, it's all about the perception of being tough on the bludgers.
I don't know. I know they'd be like, well, don't have parents if you can't afford them. Well, the thing is, like, nobody can bloody afford them in today's economy, because nobody can afford to not live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah. And the really shitty part is, Disco won't have 6 kids because it's too expensive. So we'll just import someone from a third world country who'll happily have 10. And unlike Disco, they've never paid frigging tax. But it's perfectly fine for them to have as many kids as they want to replace Disco. Jesus, apparently the military was just deployed to Birmingham to deal with the trash.
Oh, wow.
What kind of trash? Oh, wait, you can't answer that. That's probably illegal to even ask in England. Because the military should be deployed to get rid of the trash in Birmingham. And I'm going to leave that there.
I think people started burning it. People were just like, well, you know, you're not going to remove it. You're going to start burning it.
Well, what else can you do? If you can't afford a car and either because, you know, cost of living.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if it's anything like the dump around here, like, you can take a car in. But if you start trying to take a van or a trailer, you've got to apply for a permit.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only have a permit like once a month. And so, like, you're limited as to how often and how much you can actually take to the dump. Now, hopefully, they would have the common sense, given the current situation, to remove any silly limits like that. But, you know, bureaucracy says that they probably haven't. Black says, "Hi, Cat, I made it. I literally just woke up 5 seconds ago. I will give George a little poke. I don't know if he'll squeak, but he's currently sitting on my feet. Hi, George. George, make a noises. There we go. He is squeaking. Has Basic wandered off?
No, Bezic is here. Trim wants something. So I'm just seeing what Trim wants. It doesn't appear to be anything important.
Black says, my king!
Yes. George, squeak.
Did squeak, just a little bit.
He's a quiet kitty for a change.
He is a quiet kitty. He hasn't been. He's been
No.
a royal butthole over the last couple hours. Oh, Stardew Valley's now winning.
Ooh, where'd that come from?
Don't know.
I mean, I'm happy to start Stardew Valley, but that came from the rear to take over.
It was in last place. Black says my cat never makes noises unless it's the hiss. George just likes to be known.
Yep. George must be the center of attention at all times, it appears. Oh, apparently Black voted for Stardew Valley. That explains a lot.
You must have had a couple of new votes for it.
Yeah.
It was in last place.
That could be fun.
I don't mind Stardew Valley. I've kind of played a little bit. I think it's one of Monkey's favorite games.
Yeah, I played a bit of it, but I got bored. So it's probably going to be much more fun with someone to chat with. Much like this game, I don't think I could have put 120 hours into this game without someone to chat to.
No. Definitely. But it is a good podcast.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Very good.
Hugo's like, kitty, 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 music.
Yes. The sounds of George. Well,
he's wandered off now after I poked him. He was indignant. He's like, how you just poked me?
How dare you, woman? Yeah.
Oh. She's still asleep. She's just KO'd on me. She's like, I should sleep on mommy. I'm not going to bed with daddy.
Poor daddy. I'm sure he'd love some cuddles.
All he wants is for one day for her to snuggle up and fall asleep with him. He's like, I can't wait till she'll have a nap with me. So I just take her to bed and go for a nap with her. I'm like, well.
Aww.
What's wrong a little bit? Oh dear, you're not comfortable. Come here.
She's woken up on the wrong side of the disco.
No, she's probably not the most comfortable where she is.
Probably not.
Like, she's just kind of squishing me.
Do we have a steppy stool or anything anywhere, Disco?
I don't have a steppy stool.
Hmm.
What's wrong, little baby?
Will
Are
the
you not
ladder work?
comfy? You could have went to bed with Daddy.
Lots of sad squeaks.
Let's go for the longer one.
Hmm.
Don't have to climb. Like says, hi, little one. She's actually asleep.
She didn't wake up for all that fuss, huh?
She stirred, and then she was just like, I'm not very comfy. I need to be rearranged slightly.
And mission accomplished, she's now back asleep, huh? Cool.
She's not going to be very happy in a couple days when I have to track her all the way to Scotland. In the back of the car. She's going to be like, this is a long car ride.
So someone's going to have to sit back there and play babysitter, huh?
I'm telling you that Miss Rachel is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
That's good.
Night. That and Bluey.
Yeah.
She absolutely loves Bluey at the moment, but she only likes bingo. So every time she sees the screen, she's like Jack's computer screen. She's like bingo, 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 bingo. So you can watch a little bit of bingo like that.
She'll love it on the
show.
Yes, you watch this. Keep quiet.
I don't mind so much in the car. Like, it's got to be super boring to just be looking at the back seat otherwise.
Oh, absolutely. Can you imagine?
You know what? We'll forgo any rules on screen time when you're literally strapped in the back seat of a car.
Richard says, no baby shark.
No baby shark, no. I don't mind the song, but the videos are really, like, obnoxious for somebody so small. They're a bit like that Coco Melon, where it's just, like, loud and bright, and yeah, I don't think it's particularly,
Yeah. I swear those feel more like they're less like they're made for kids and more like they're made for idiot millennials and zoomers who have the attention span of a flea.
Don't necessarily prefer Baby Shark, although the song is fine. But she does like Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel will find one that's got like naming colors or something on it.
The tops of these bloody supports are next to impossible to get.
Steppy stool?
I couldn't find a steppy stool. I wonder if I can use the big tower to get a better angle. That might work. Oh, that seems to be promising. Oh, for fuck's sake. It is 9 AM, so all the daily notifications and stuff are starting.
What?
Now I now have now people are wanting daytime shit from Berserk, but I was like, no, I don't care. It can wait. Whatever you want cannot be this important.
Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles.
Yeah. It's not like they ever contact me going, would you like money? And actually mean it.
Not enough people contact me and ask me if I would like money.
No, most of the time it's like, would you like to do something that would help us or give us money? It's like, how about go fuck yourself? How does that sound?
Oh, I absolutely hate getting things through the post because, like, I never get post unless somebody wants something.
Yeah. Oh, tell me about it.
I'm like, oh no, I have a letter. Who wants money now?
Yeah, there's always some wanker wanting money. Just as like, you have a daytime life. How the hell do you start streaming all night on Saturdays and have a daytime existence? Lots and lots of caffeine.
That sounds a bit like me right now.
Hmm.
I'm like, right, work all night, and then at like 9 a.m., Gracie's like, good morning. I'm like, oh, what do you need? Good morning.
It's just like, honestly, I just assumed you work nights during the week. No. I get paid, my primary income is getting paid by the government to look after my mother at like a quarter of the rate it would cost them to pay a professional to do it. Like, I'm honestly considering just taking up a job in aged care, getting paid a job wages, basically look after someone else's mother while they look after mine, so we both get paid more. It's so stupid.
It's exactly the same as the childcare thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah. But no, if and I'm seriously looking at the numbers because I need more money.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Would she get to pick her own care if she
Probably not.
went professional? Because you could, I guess, go for a home care company and then have her ask for you.
I'll tell you what, it's tempting, but I think they noticed that. But no, it's ridiculous. I could be doing exactly the same things, because there's many levels of aged care, and one of the jobs is basically go to their house, help them with their day-to-day tasks, drive them shopping or whatever.
Mm.
Basically all the shit I do for my mother, but get paid by the hour. But I do it 24 hours a day. So it's kind of silly. I think the government's getting a hell of a discount. But meanwhile, I could go look after someone else's mother. And get paid way more.
Can you not send them an invoice? Be like, no, I'm sorry, what you're paying is just not covering. Here's my invoice. Even on minimum wage at an hourly fee, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Here we go. I'll be liking this much money, please. Otherwise, you're paying me lower than minimum wage. Thank you.
Nah, unfortunately, that doesn't work. Well, like they tried, like I don't know if you guys have worked for the dole over there, but basically it's enforced slave labor in exchange for the unemployment. But it's not job skill building. Enforced slave labor. When people over here have to do it, they are doing it for less than minimum wage, which I think is bullshit. If you're going to force someone to work to get the unemployment, that's fair enough, but it should be at minimum wage.
Mm.
Like, I would have no problem working for the unemployment if it was actually at minimum wage or better. Well, it wouldn't be better, but if it was at minimum wage, I'd have no problem doing that, because it's at that point it's just a job. I've got no problem working. I've just got an issue getting people to.
Oh, you didn't find your own job. Well, then we have assigned you one.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with that if it was enough money to fucking live off of. Because my problem isn't the ability to do work. My problem is passing interviews and talking to really stupid people.
Yeah, I don't do well with stupid people neither.
I unfortunately...
My problem is I point out that they're stupid, and I don't really like that.
Yes, unfortunately, I am a diagnosed social retard. So when someone's being a fuckhead, I might just turn around and go... When someone's like, oh, why isn't it working? Because you're a moron. Which doesn't work out well for a prolonged period of time in the same employment.
Mm. Have you considered that you're an idiot?
Well, that seems to be the government's reaction. Well, actually, no, I've considered that, and I've determined that can't be accurate, because if I was an idiot, I'd get paid better. Because that seems to be the case every time I go somewhere.
That's what you ask them.
Yes. I ask them that regularly.
They say something like, yeah, but have you considered that you're an idiot?
Yes.
Are you taking that variable into account?
Mm-hmm. like when, and it, I'm pretty sure it's the TISM that led the absolute retard at my previous job to ask, "Oh, you act like you're only here for the money." I'm sorry. I was unaware that I was supposed to pretend to enjoy being here, doing this bullshit job for too little money. Which was great, because when I was working as a contractor for the unemployment office, if I'd been working directly for the government, to do the work I was doing, I would have gotten paid between 30 to 50 grand more a year. Depending on how you calculate it. It was friggin' great when I did the math on that. So yeah,
you act like you're only here for the money. Well, yeah, I'm not here for the fucking company.
Hi. and it really grated with me because I do volunteer stuff. I actually volunteer stuff because it's nice to get out of the house and talk to people that aren't my mother. She means well, but she's insane. She was born crazy and it got worse with time. I'm also thinking that I'm pretty sure she's where I got the TISM from.
Yeah.
So
sounds like
that's
my mother.
I'm sure our mothers would get on great. In fact, I'm willing to send my mother to England to find out. No takes backsies. Yes, it's great fun, but yeah, so I do actual volunteer shit, and these people are like, you act like you're only here for the money. It's like, yeah, no shit. I volunteer for the stuff I do for the love of it, you fucking idiots. I'm here for the money. Yeah, no shit. That's why it's called a job.
Yeah, if you weren't paying me, I wouldn't be here.
I'm only here for the money, and you don't provide that much of it.
Just be like, tell you what, try stop paying all your other employees and see how your theory tests with everyone else.
Yep. Because, and I reckon that's because I had a habit of, I only get paid because it's a stupid call center. So they're like, you're not allowed to start work early, but also you must be logged on ready to take calls at exactly your start time. It's like, okay, sorry, no. Theoretically, you should be paying me from the second I press the start button on that computer. Fucking wankers. But it's not, they're like... One time, because I got promoted like 4 times in a year. So eventually it was third line support. One day I walked through the door, and they're like, oh, can you help us with this thing? I'm like, I don't start work for another 15 minutes. Are you going to approve the pay slip change? Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, that's what I thought, dickheads. I'm more than happy to start working early as you're willing to start paying early.
That was the one thing I used to hate about retail. Like, you walk in the door, you'd have your jacket on, you'd have your like bag and whatnot, phone in your hand, but somebody would recognize the color of the uniform or something, and they'd be like, excuse me, and you were expected to fucking help them as well. And it's like, I don't start for another. Like, I've come in early so that I can, eat before I start. And now fucking Cameron's got me running around the whole fucking shop with it. And I'm expected to help Karen, because if we're going to help Karen, Karen's going to go and fucking whinge to somebody that the member of staff with their fucking jacket on didn't want to help them.
Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Like, could I make it any more obvious right now that I am not currently here to serve you?
Yeah. Honestly, and I was literally working for the unemployment office, and I hated my managers more than I hated the customers. In fact, in order of hate, it was managers, co-workers, customers. Because, my God, I work with some incredibly fucking stupid people. Oh, how do I do this thing? Well, here's the list of instructions. Try following them. Oh, well, but that's too hard. Well, I can't help you if you're an idiot. I'm sorry, but it's not in my job description to teach you how to read. If they want me to teach you how to read, sure, but they're going to have to pay me for that. Oh, dear. Stupid companies. You act like you're only here for the money. No shit. Ugh. And then they try and outsource jobs to India or something.
Oh, they're here because they love the company. No, they're not. They just want your money too.
Yeah. They're just not autistic, so they're better at faking it, that they give a shit.
Richard says, I look after my mom. She has dementia. Oh,
That's rough, man. Good on you, though. Good on you. It's an absolute bitch. So good on you, fan. Yeah, it's fun. So I sit...
used to work with people with dementia.
It is. Sadly, I'm sitting here looking for work, so... Because it's the pittance the government gives me just isn't enough to afford complicated luxuries like the fucking house. Rent. Food.
Right.
Electricity. The internet bill. Actually... Also, anyone who says the internet is a luxury needs to fuck right off. It's not an anymore. It's a necessary service these days, much like electricity and water, because you cannot function without it.
Well, especially not with everything being digital now.
Yeah. Yeah, you can actually only do this thing online. It's like, cool, that's great. Thanks. Like, the government in particular insists that, oh, you want to deal with the unemployment office? Go use your online account. It's like, cool. Are you going to pay me enough to afford the fucking internet then? No. Figure it out, you dumb peasant. Yeah, thanks, guys. Real helpful.
But if you don't log on time, we'll assume you're not complying, and we're gonna take it off you.
Oh, you've played stupid fucking unemployment buggery before, huh?
Well, I have the joy because with being self-employed and doing more than I need to do, because obviously with having been main care of a child under 3, I don't actually have to be doing anything other than looking after the child. But because I do, that now means that they have to use that in the pittance that I sometimes earn in calculations. And so they're like, so every month now you have to come on and do your accounting. You have to find time every single month to log on and do your accounting to tell us exactly how much you earned, what your expenses were. Like basically what would be my end of year fucking accounting. Every month on a specific day. Or like,
we'll cut your pittance off.
You're going to be hungry this month.
Yep.
And I'm like, great, fantastic. Because if I don't have enough time in my day already, now I have to find time to do my accounting every month. On a specific day.
Yeah.
On a shitty website.
And of course, being self-employed, just because you're working, I don't know, 30 hours doesn't mean it's equivalent to 30 hours of money. Because I don't know about you guys, here in Australia, they've got this rule that if you're self-employed, they look at how many hours you worked for the month and how much money that made you. Then they divide that into each other, and if it's less than minimum wage, congratulations, fuck your self-employment, go get a real job.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, you're also taking expenses off of that.
Yeah. If you can.
So,
but,
you know, they're looking at the after expenses, so
yeah.
like, you can be like,
which
okay,
is something,
so
but yeah.
You're looking at it and you're like, right, okay, so, you know, I have a home office. Therefore, I can start deducting things towards the home office. So, like, I just use the simplified version because, like, fuck, actually working out the exact amount in percentages, like, you can use a simplified version where you're like, I work this amount per month or per week or whatever, therefore, I can charge this amount as an expense.
Yeah.
So I just do that because
because
I'm the easiest list.
fuck it.
Then you can do like a little bit of the internet because I obviously use the internet for my business and stuff like that. So like it's after those expenses too. So even if I was just doing 30 hours at minimum wage, then by the time you knock off the expenses that don't get counted, they're like, oh well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's very similar here, but yeah, if after the expenses you aren't earning the equivalent of minimum wage for full-time hours, no, screw you, go look for a full-time job.
God forbid I have to replace that hardware.
Yeah. Dear. It's rough. But yeah, the cost of living's so high that the pittance that I could just about scrape by on isn't cutting it, so now I'm looking to pick up at least part-time work. But would you like to guess how much part-time work's available? Square root of fuck and all.
Like here, despite the fact that they want to bully all the disabled people back into work, there's already not enough jobs for the people who are already job seeking.
Yep, exactly like here.
Literally isn't enough.
Yep, exactly like here.
So I'm not sure how. It was probably Rachel Reeves' maths, so I was going to say I'm not sure how they did that math, but I know exactly how they did that math.
Well, it's diversity math. 2 + 2 = 5. And then you pay 100% tax.
And the government still has a black hole.
Yeah. Which is racist. Despite the fact that that black hole is obviously all those new hotel residents.
Or, 20-odd billion for net zero somewhere else. Great.
Or 100 billion for our old pal in Eastern Europe. It's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, that's going to be fun if I end up getting a real job. There goes all my Sultan's time.
That's not good.
And
And
I'm sorry, Sultan's chat, but you just don't pay good enough.
We're gonna have to shake chat and see if a few more subscribers fall out.
Well, Bleach and I were talking, like, I need to get back to clipping the show and putting it on YouTube, the bits that are acceptable, which means I need to talk to Trim about going, hey, so, can I have anything that's YouTube usable, please?
If you wanna, actually, I talk after the stream. Might be able to help you with some shorts.
Ooh. So yeah, gotta try and grow that, because unfortunately, despite how generous the chat is, there's not enough of them.
That is true.
It's like how, if it wasn't for Bleach, I'd have to cancel one of the episodes that's on election night. It's like, sorry, but they're offering me $500 to $700 Australian for a day's work. Can you match that, chat? No, I didn't think so.
Yeah, unfortunately, no.
No. Which is disappointing. And I don't blame Chad. I don't want anyone to think that I'm whining here that Chad's not paying enough. No, Chad is paying. I'm surprised that people are paying at all. But it's just... Yeah. Oh, fuck me. I finally found a steppy stool. That would have been useful ages ago.
Oh, there's George.
But yes, I have expensive
now he's
things.
pulling my hair.
I also have incredibly expensive hobbies, like eating.
Well, that probably doesn't happen. Yeah.
Playing a lot.
I mean, I wouldn't even say I have expensive hobbies. I take the baby to swim in a couple times a week, but that's more for her. And I like to buy the occasional game.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can shake the key mailer tree and get some stuff to fall
That's
out
true,
there.
But it looks like the next stream is going to be Stardew Valley at this point,
Which is nice.
It's currently pulling away in the lead.
Do I have the old Stardew Valley in the library? At least I don't think it's terribly expensive. But I can't remember if
I'm sure I have it. I'm pretty sure we're doing that.
Stardew. Well, apparently I don't have it in my library, but it can't be that expensive. It's been out for ages. And it'll be fun anyway. There's a lot of content in that, so we'll get a few streams out of it, I reckon.
Good. Eventually chat will be like, please stop.
No.
Please stop. No, this is what you put.
Well, the trick there is we just stick up a different tracker and whack a game on it, and then when chat's paid for 2 copies of the game, then we will play whatever chat likes.
That's true. George, don't go behind the PC, please, mate.
He's been right interested in what's behind that PC today, hasn't he?
I think he's hungry. He gets a bit annoyed.
Does he think there's food?
He's hungry.
Does he think there's food behind the PC, or is he just trying to piss off Disco?
So his idea of hunting is to annoy me until I go and find the food for him.
Well, I mean, it's been proven effective so far.
Bleach is in the chat.
Bleach has just been recording with the Trim, and he says, "Make Trim go to bed." Bap him.
Trim, go to bed.
Go to bed, Trim. Then get up in the morning.
Your way to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Let me talk to him in his native language. Gurdy, bed.
I keep finding excuses to insert the Swedish chef in his videos. Poor Trim. Because he goes on the boat, he doesn't have much access to the internet all the time to go on it anyway. So he'll come back to like 3 weeks of me mocking him in videos.
Or do you do that too? Like Arch at this point knows that I'm just gonna roast him at every opportunity. Like all of these shorts that I cut for him are mostly like I've either found a bit where he's looking like a degenerate, or he's saying something a bit silly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, there's lots of making fun of Trim. My favourite part is when Trim attempts to do language. And Trim, then it's just like footnotes. By one day, Trim attempted to do the etymology of word, and I almost gave him a full page of footnotes, just dense footnotes over the entire video, which probably
George,
wouldn't have helped.
I can't see what I'm power washing. You're literally in the middle of the screen, which will make Black happy, but it doesn't make me very happy.
Yes, it's very cute, but not exactly helpful. Like most cats, very cute but not helpful.
George's like, I don't see why this is my problem.
Mm-hmm.
I actually can't see Dirty Georgie. I'm just having to guess where the dirt is. Fairly sure there's dirt up here somewhere.
George is like, notice me.
No, it's me.
Pay attention to me, he says.
He's like, I'm just gonna stay here until you get the food packets out now. This is what you deserve. But George, if I don't feed you before the streams, you perform more for chat.
Yep, but George hasn't planned this as well.
You make more noise. It makes chat happy.
And when chat's happy, they give money, which can be spent on cat food, George. This is how this works. The happier you make chat, the more food you can have. Money can be exchanged for goods and cat food.
He was like, I don't care. I'm still going to sit in front of the monitor until you feed me. I actually can't see. I'm just the lower half of the screen.
Oh, George.
Oh, no, now he's standing up. He's covering more of the screen. Don't stick your nose inside. Oi! Sit it down. Come on. Black says, meow for me, my king. Thank you for the pound. We are now 54% of the way to George's own video.
Where the hell did that ladder go? There it is.
I'm thinking it'll be like a George documentary. I'll be like Disco Attenborough. Like, here we see the George in his native environment. As he hunts for the football.
And just harass him with the camera for the day, huh?
Yeah, just follow him around with the camera all day and annoy him.
I'm sure he'll enjoy it. The attention. Yes, George. We're talking about you.
Oi!
Uh-oh.
Don't touch the computer. He was trying to get in the side because we took the side off it. So we could see what was going on. He was trying to get in the computer case a minute ago. Just know that he could fright when the fan hits him.
Also, I'm pretty sure cat fur sitting on computer parts isn't great for thermal throttling.
Probably not. Although I can't imagine that he would particularly enjoy being like on the computer anymore because he's blasting out cold air. Like that cooling system's really quite good.
No. One of these days I will upgrade.
Oh no, LGN!
LGM. Just because it's true. Well, you enjoyed that story, didn't you, Disco?
No. Do not put sand or bleach in any holes.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how much he begs.
For bleach.
Black says, how much is needed? What are we on? We're on 27. So...
Should be 23.
23 still. But I'm going to leave it up. So...
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily...
There's bleach. Hi!
necessarily have to hit it in 1 week. And we'll leave it up until we fund it.
Yeah.
And then we will get George video.
Yay for George.
Do not... No bleach. No. No bleach in any holes. Do not put bleach in vagina.
Either kind.
George, what are you doing? Don't knock the screws from the side of the case on the floor. No, those are not toys. God, I don't know who's wood. Oh, hang on.
Uh-oh.
Thank you very much. Black has donated the £23 to get us to 100%. He says, for my king.
Oh, thank you very kindly,
Black.
Black.
We'll be making the George documentary. Oh, uh-oh. I've lost the thing.
Uh-oh. Come back with
George,
the screws, George.
Why? I can't hear Bezic. I no longer hear the Bezic.
George, what have you done?
Uh-oh. That's not helpful, George. Thank you. I really, really need to plug this back in so I can hear Bezic.
Are we back? We can.
Yes. Oh, George pulled the headphones out.
Oh, that's really not helpful.
I'm trying to do it one-handed with the child in the other hand.
Without dropping the child.
Yes. Who didn't seem to notice any of it.
Well, that's the bonus.
No, those screws are still not toys. Yes, we will make the George documentary video, and I will post it on the channel.
Hey.
Probably in the next week or so. I am going away for a couple days, but we will.
Well, that works out, because he'll be all excited to see you when you get back.
Or not speaking to me. Do you ever get the cat, like cats not speaking to you when you've been
When
away
they're
for a while?
annoying. Ah, yeah. My cats are insane, so...
Facing around with the camera.
Well.
You gotta get chased around with the camera.
He'll need to make all the appropriate squeaky noises.
You will. I'll have to poke him until he squeaks. Black will be like, "Yep, downloading it, using it, screensaver."
Black will just do a 10-hour George noises compilation for Black.
I mean, to be fair, I would be able to get my my partnership back on YouTube. Because Black would be like, "Yeah, it's been on repeat."
Put it on repeat on fast forward, because apparently if it's on fast forward it counts even better, or something, or slow motion or something. I think what's it? One of the was it Cynical Bread or something? Someone did a video on it, because apparently they count watch time in real time. So I think it's like, maybe it's like if you put it on slow motion, it counts the actual watch time and then compares it to the video length, or at least it used to. So if you played it on slow motion for a 15-minute video on half speed, it'd count as 200% watch time.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just the same. The trick is to upload videos at 200% speed, so everyone slows the play speed down to 50%, and each video gets watched twice. Yeah, it massively increases the average retention or something.
I mean, I guess.
Then again,
Black's like, yes, do that. Just 10 hours of George noises on there.
Yes.
Black's like, don't worry, I'll get you to that 1,000 hours watch time.
Something I've considered doing as a bit of a lark, and also to see if it works for content on one of the other channels perhaps, is doing audiobooks, but reading them at the speed I can read. Because I did one for Notes on Nationalism, and I slowed my reading speed down. And all the comments are like, holy crap, that was fast. I'm like, shit. Should I just put Speedy Reads in the title and then read them at 100%?
Speedy Reads, yeah.
Knock the audiobook time down.
Get your nose out. Oh, get out of there. Get out. Yes. Head inside the PC.
That's not helpful for anyone, George.
It's already temperamental today, mate. Come on.
Yeah.
You are crazy today. He's like, I'm about to star in a documentary. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's
Mr. Diva.
Yeah, he's very much a diva, isn't he?
He will be. Hey. Oh, there's dirt up here. Dirt up here.
Not the dirt.
George, it's really, really hard in Powerwash when you're rubbing your face on my hand.
They always seem to know exactly which hands you need, which hand's the mouse hand, and you just rub up against them. My cat does that too. It's like, for fuck's sake. I need that hand. Oh dear. Upper platform
George,
supports.
in the way again, mate. In the way. Go on, shoo. Shoo and be gone. He'll be back. Guaranteed it.
Of course he will. He's a cheeky little fella. Bleach is like, I do that too. Wait. Is that something you need to tell us, Bleach? Does your cat molest you while you're playing games as well, Bleach? Or are you molesting the cat? One of the two. Maybe it's Bleach that's the needy one.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh.
Where the heck is...
It's like the connector's up here at the moment, I think. Oh no, there's also that
My
thing.
cat? I guess that's a nickname I could I think he's being dirty.
He's probably being dirty.
I think he's been a dirty boy.
Yes, this is why we don't put Bleach places, ladies. You put Bleach places once and he just carries on like this forever.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're crazy. Stop being a little wiggle bum. I bathed. You didn't get between your ears.
What year? It's like the tech support joke. I restarted my computer. Uptime, 100 days. We need to check the uptime on Bleach's bathing.
I just think he forgot to wash between his ears.
Yeah, with the pot cleaner. In was one side, out the other.
Dirty no, I haven't had catnip or treat. I just haven't had catnip or treat. You're not a cat.
He's a strange one. You're a strange one, Mr. Bleach.
You're not a cat unless you're making kitty noises.
And then he'll jump into the room and make kitty noises. You know he's crazy.
Jump in and be like, meow. And Black will be like, them's not the kitty noises, the black one.
This is not what I ordered. I would like a refund.
These are not the kitty noises I ordered. Don't tempt me. I did just see something that wasn't clean. But now I get, oh, what's this?
Where's my steppy stool?
Here.
Ah. All that hassle I had trying to find a steppy stool and it was hiding around the back.
Did not check other side of tank.
Nope. Because normally they just leave all the tools dumped in a pile next to where you start.
I guess they thought they would, we get fancy this time, put them in different places. Where the hell is all the dirt on this ladder? I don't like washing the ladder.
No, washing the ladders is rough. For the love of...
I guess the dirt's at the top of the ladder. Yep, there we go. There we are. Much better. Oh, the railing is dirty.
Donald asks, would Bleach pretend to be a cat and Meow make them a cat? According to British law, yes.
Yeah, I think if you identify as a cat, I probably legally have to call you one.
Oh, God. Remember that frigging teacher here in Australia that we covered that was meowing and fucking licking students or something?
Yeah, I think they'd have more problems than thinking they were a cat if they were licking my child.
Well, they wouldn't have any teeth very shortly after that, would they?
Probably not. Do you also identify as eating through a straw? Because that's what's going to be happening if your tongue touches the child.
Mm-hmm. And that's the appropriate reaction in that case, I believe.
Intake elbow pipes, intake large. Oh, okay, intake pipes. Ooh. Excuse me, Mr. George, where you going? You seem to have returned.
Wherever he wants, apparently.
No. No, George, please don't pull the headphones out again. I really struggled to put them back in last time. Like, really struggled.
Yeah.
I've only got one hand with which to do it. Yeah.
Bleach says, remember to spay or neuter your educators. Yeah. Now, it's not like we have to worry about them breeding. It's
Oh,
the
now it's sitting on top of the computer tower. That'll really... I'm sure that'll make it much happier than it currently
yeah.
is.
Yes, that's totally not a dangerous position for the cat when it comes to the computer staying turned on. Yeah, magically got that bit. Excuse you? Nope. Stuck on the stairs again. Yes, guy.
It's surprising you just start slowly going backwards.
How am I meant to clean this with... It's just like a cat, folks. Sees something staying on a ledge and just knocks it off.
I'm hunting physics.
That don't taste good. Oh, God. These pipes are a pain.
One left.
This one here.
One large pipe left.
Just this one. Oh, that magic part that was totally dirty. There we go. Yay!
And that is the last map.
That's power washing. That's it. It's done. It's gone.
It's done. Bezic has had all of his baths. He is clean. He is shiny. He is. I used the metal cleaner on him, so he might be a little itchy. But it's what we must.
It's necessary when you're that dirty.
But that is the end of it. So it looks like next stream we'll be playing Stardew Valley, because that's what chat asked for. It won't be next Sunday because I will be driving back from Scotland next Sunday, so it will be the following Sunday.
Yes, so we'll take a week off of... So that'll be... And then we come back with Stardew.
To get Stardew Valley already. We'll also have a look through the bin diving, because we might want to...
If there's something terribly trash, that could be fun.
And I will also get to work on the George documentary, because we have now funded that. So that will be... I will be chasing him around with the camera for the next week or so. Get that edited, get that up, because I want to do something that actually looks good. Doesn't just look like chased him around with the camera.
Just properly set up the documentary.
But he's always up to enough nonsense that I can definitely get some. I'll probably get him outside on his harness too, because he looks very dapper in his harness.
Awesome. Okay then. Yeah.
Yeah. The Bleach says Star Pew Pew Valley would be fun.
Star Pew Pew Valley. That would be fun if such a thing exists.
We're gonna be farmers.
Yes.
Yes.
And one
And
day
then
we will
that's
be
it.
engineers. Well, that's many a fun
We
thing to
will.
have. Actually,
We
that
will.
reminds me. I
And
need
we'll
to
be
check the
Vikings
price.
again too.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being Vikings again.
So am I. I just would really like to get a chance to finish doing the
Yes.
video that I need to do for that.
Yes. Well, we're waiting on that and Trim to sit down and decide on a host. Because Trim has volunteered to pay for the server.
Excellent. Right. We will leave chat there because it is now 1 in the morning.
Ooh, wow, yeah.
And I need to pray that this toddler stays asleep when I transfer her to bed.
Yes.
Right, have a good one, chat, and
Yes.
we will see you
Thanks for joining us, folks.
in 2 weeks.
Have a good night, bye. And yeah, we'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Bye.